and the normal standing rules of the legislature will apply to the debate. On the issue of connectivity, before we proceed to the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker which relates to connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate in the debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has problems with connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as to not to delay the proceedings. If the member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible and allow the affected member to deliver his or her speech with the proviso that the member reconnects to the sitting prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. I think that rule is very clear to all of us. Secondly, we request that a member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member speech into the recording should the need arise. The presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of a member who is unable to deliver his or her speech. If all interventions fail and a member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, that speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of the proceedings. In short, if members have connectivity problems, the presiding officers will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. We trust that this is in order. Lastly, members who are not actively part of a debate are reminded to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras at all times. Also, members are requested to take all reasonable measures to reduce any background noises that may interfere with the broadcasting of the proceedings. Honorable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report 2022-2023 of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate on vote number 11. Then I use this opportunity to invite the Honorable MEC for COGTA in KZN, Honorable Hlomuka, to present his budget speech, and he is allocated 45 minutes. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self. Greetings to all honorable members of the legislature, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Premier Zigalala, members of legislature, Chief Whip. Special welcome to the Zulu Royal family. Inkosi Sochiliza, the chair of the Provincial House of the Traditional Leaders, Amakwasa Ndlunkulu, the chairperson of SALCA, mayors and councillors of the municipalities, head of departments, and all senior officials of government, the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Chair, the theme of today, turning the corner in KZN municipalities, fostering peaceful, sustainable communities through the delivery of basic services. Mr. Chairperson, we stand in front of you today before the people of KwaZulu-Natal to present this budget policy statement, Vote 11, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. As proud servant of our people, we do so proud of our achievement, but also equally mindful of the challenges that will remain and the task that lies ahead. Today, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Chair, is the 10th of May, marks exactly 20 years since the inauguration of the first democratic elected president, Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, we recall that on the historical occasion, Tata Rolihlahla Mandela said, open quote, we pledge ourselves to liberate all our people from the continuous budget of poverty, suffering, gender, and other form of discrimination, close quote. We therefore stand here recommitting ourselves to the same promises that working together with institutions of local government and traditional affairs, we shall strive, open quote, turn the corner in KZN municipalities and traditional communities, fostering peaceful and sustainable communities through the delivery of quality basic services. Mr. Chairperson, it is now the third time that we present this budget speech during the global pandemic. By now, COVID-19 has fully transformed the way we conduct business as a department, which support municipalities and traditional institutions. I wish to assure this august House that despite these daily challenges caused by this pandemic, and the most recently by the catastrophic floods we have seen in KZN, we're advancing service delivery as per our mandate while we remain subject to robust parliamentary oversight. Mr. Chairperson, this budget speech is probably the report on the progress made in the implementation of the commitment we've made in this august House and the people of KwaZulu-Natal a year ago. It is also an occasion present not only to set a tangible deliverable for 2022-2023, but a vision for local government and the traditional institution in this province. To underscore this point, Chair, we have actively sought public input for this speech via various social platforms, some of which we will acknowledge during this presentation. Today, without present a long-term plan for the time we have begin to rebuild post-COVID-19 and after the latest devastating floods, and realize our ultimate goals of the better local government, one for foster peaceful, sustainable communities through the delivery of basic services. As I say this, Chairperson, I also need to register the disclaimer that in this context of the recent floods and the request to the provincial government department to reprioritize their budget to enable the necessary recovery to occur, our own 2022-2023 budget, with guidance from the provincial treasurer, may need to undergo the adjustment, which may then also result in adjustment in our respective annual performance plan. KZN floods, where would we stand as a provincial government? Honorable members, we're only just recovering from the most devastating floods to hit KZN in a generation. The scale of devastation is difficult to comprehend. 448 lives lost and 48 people still, 63 people still unaccountable for, and 40,000 lives severely disrupted, 4,983 homes completely destroyed, 8,310 homes partially destroyed, and 25 billion in causing damage in both public and private infrastructure across the land of the province. Mr. Chairperson, at this very point of my address, I wish us to take this solemn moment and pause to remember all those who perished during these floods, and we send our sincere condolences to the bereaved families. We spare our prayerfully thought for surviving victims, and we salute the men and women, both in uniform and our society in general, for their selfless support, search, rescue, recovery, relief, and humanitarian intervention in our community during this difficult time. I request that we just bow and remember. Amen. As a coordinating department, we at COGTA KZN, we've been at the forefront to effort to mitigate the impact of floods in our communities and businesses with the timely assistance from the highest office in land, including the President and the various ministers who have promptly visited the province, who have managed to mobilize large chunk of resources for both emergency relief and recovery that soon follow, with the National Cabinet declaration as the national state of disaster and private sector stepping out to the task of assisting the immediate relief. We have assembled significant resources, some of which were already being deployed on the ground to help those most need of assistance, water tankers, emergency shelters, food parcel, or technical and medical assistance. All of these are being rolled out in the affected communities on the scale previously unseen. While we continue to restore the most essential services, including water and electricity, to all affected communities, we carry on the task of assessing the damage to prepare a full reconstruction of all infrastructure that has been destroyed in order to ensure that the funds earmarked for recovery indeed reach their beneficiary. We will monitoring and all expenditure with utmost care. In terms of COVID-19, Chairperson, we are now also on the third year of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has to date in this province alone claimed almost 16,000 lives out of more than 650,000 positive cases that have been identified through testing, tracing, and despite of the massive and government-led vaccination drive, it is clear that vaccination has helped to bring the number of casualties down significantly. As COGTA specifically, COVID-19 has onset of the pandemic taken 13 dedicated employees in whom we have lost not only hardworking colleagues, but many instead close friends and families. Similarly, we have the same time lost more than 167 officially from different municipalities. The overview of the performance in 2021-22 financial year, Mr. Chair, we present this budget policy statement having, as a department, achieved the second clean audit in a row for 2020-2021 financial year. The Auditor General of South Africa has once again rewarded our hardworking with a clean audit report for both vote levy department and the traditional levy and trust account. The credit for this must go to the whole team of COGTA, led by the head of department, Mr. Tando Tubane. The new term of local government, even as the pandemic continued to devastate our communities, the negative impact on the work of the government throughout 2021, we as COGTA still managed to deliver in close coordination with IEC in compliance with the government-mandated COVID-19 protocol, successful local government election on the 1st of November 2021. Compared to the 2016 local government election, last year municipal polls have yielded an unprecedented high number of hung municipality council in KZN. As a result, collision between and or among the political parties have become the imperative in order to constitute working majority in council. Strong oversight from this department will be required to monitor functionality of the new council and provide support where necessary. On program 1, which is administration, Chairperson, targeted procurement throughout 2021-2022, we actively earmarked 30% of the public pronouncement budget for awarding the to SMEs, cooperative, township, rural-based enterprise, people living with disability. We equally work to promote the Black economic empowerment by ensuring that 60% of all bids were awarded to Black Africans, with 30% to procurement going to women, 10% to military veterans, 5% to people living with disability, and 15% to youth. Having said also need to make the mention of the recent Constitutional Court judgment, which found that the regulation requires companies tendering for public procurement to meet certain pre-qualification criteria, was inconsistent with the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act and the section of the Constitution which requires the public procurement to be fair, equitable, transparency, competitive, and cost-effective. As a department chair, we are awaiting the finalization of the updated regulation by the KwaZulu-Natal Treasurer, which will have an impact on the targeted procurement. The regulation to regularize the contract employees on the human resource front, Mr. Chair, 2021-2022 saw the finalization of the permanent appointment of 120 contract employees of the department following the recruitment that will follow with more than 120 employees who have been on contract for more than 7 years. We then decided to secure a budget to ensure that those officials, they're able to, we advertise posts and we have requested them to apply because we wanted to ensure that we follow all the necessary recruitment processes. This is in the keeping in one of our ANC manifesto commitment, Chairperson, of not only providing decent jobs, but also of improving the working conditions of the services of employees who are our human capital in our struggling to develop a capable and efficient development state, and as envisaged in the NDP and PGDP Vision 2030. Training of departmental staff through the series of memorandum of understanding with external training institutions such as national schools of government, we in 2021-2022 provided training opportunities to 236 departmental staff at all levels of employment. Example of training which ethics, problem solving, and other discipline. Program 2, local government. Implementation of 2019 State of Local Government Report, Mr. Chairperson, will recall that since 2019 we have been regularly reporting on the findings of and the subsequent progress regarding the State of Local Government Report. We conducted in June of that year as the most comprehensive assessment of the state of local government to date. The report focuses on the state of governance, financial management, service delivery in all 54 municipalities of KwaZulu-Natal. In August 2021, Chairperson, we conducted the latest review of the state of KZN municipality using the same methodology, which focused on the 3 key performance areas, namely governance and administration, financial viability and management, and basic delivery. Some of the highlights of exercise are listed in the print version of this presentation. Mr. Chairperson, I wish to assure this august House that our monitoring of municipal performance continues to adhere to the strictest standard. It is comprehensive, continuous, and thorough. We conduct regular municipal visits. We provide hands-on support where and when necessary. We hold weekly NEV center meetings as well as monthly meetings on the departmental various business unit with the municipal management team. On the deployment of local government champion, in addition, Chairperson, we have in 2021-22 deployed dedicated local government champion in each of the KZN 10 districts, including the Metro. This has facilitated the resolution of countless service delivery issues on the ground where it matters most. Local government champions have been an eye and an ear of the department, and the municipality have taken advantage of their presence by utilizing them as a bridge between local government and provincial sphere of government in the province. The additional support to municipalities under administration section 139 intervention have achieved an acceptable level of political administrative stability. We've intensified our support, including through the deployment of traditional experts in field of governance, finance, infrastructure development. In addition, Chairperson, monthly meetings have been held with the ministerial representative, senior municipal officials, and our own business unit to monitor the progress and provide assistance and guidance where required. Participation of our co kwaSendlunkulu in municipal council, chairperson, traditional leaders, they remain our crucial link between the government and the traditional communities, and their participation in the municipal governance is key. Currently, among our priorities in this regard, it is popularization of the new participation regime introduced on the 1st of April 2021. To date, Chair, 52 municipalities, except the Greater COGTA and Endomain, have been provided with the detailed participation traditional leaders in line with the new provision. Implementation of the consequence management in municipalities. During 2021-2022, Chairperson, we tabled a total forensic report in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act in different municipalities. We've also monitoring the implementation and of the recommendation of all the forensic report tabled to date. Out of 750 recommendations, a total of 316 have been implemented to date. As a result of this exercise, a database on progress made in the implementation of recommendation has been updated on the monthly basis. Support measures for Umsunduzi municipality is one of the real city of KwaZulu-Natal. Given the ongoing challenges at Umsunduzi, we have, Chair, during 2021-2022, enhanced our monitoring of the municipality's recovery plan as part of intervention. We specifically addressed the issues of Umsunduzi waste management, potholes, recurring electricity challenges, strengthening the management capacity within the municipality. In addition to our ministerial representative at the municipality, we've deployed other officials who are working with Umsunduzi to resolve the matters that are relating to government debt. We also, Chairperson, deployed external financial experts to Umsunduzi who are working with the municipality for the period of 6 months starting in December 2021. Additionally to that, Chair, we've also deployed the engineering expert to work with the municipality on infrastructure matters for the period of 12 months starting from the January 2022, and a deployed electrical project manager who also been assisting the municipality in resolving the major challenges of electricity storm and in December 2021 in Nokdin. The total of 25 million, Chairperson, has been allocated to assist Umsunduzi with an ongoing electricity challenges, with 9 million already have been transferred into Umsunduzi. Remaining 16 million has been included in the budget for 2022-23. Further than that, Chair, will also be engaging dedicated service providers to assist Umsunduzi to stabilize the electricity supply over the next 2 years. Post-election support to municipalities, 2021 local government election provided a full to municipality in the inauguration of the new office bearers. Once council were reconstituted, cluster engagement covering all the 54 municipalities were held, where we handed over a detailed report of previous council to the new municipal administration, outline on the program and action for the next 5 years. We have also been conducting a session with individual municipalities to unpack details of support that is provided by the department. And on the issues, on the other priorities as part of our post-election support to municipalities are as follows. The status of senior management post in the municipalities. As at the 15 February 2022, there were 313 vacant senior management positions across the KZN municipalities, and of 268 were filled, which is 85%. The total vacant positions stood up at 45, which translates to 14% vacancy rate. Going forward, we've had that senior managerial post be filled within 6 months of vacancy. Mr. Chairperson, we are concerned that some councils have been terminating senior managers and application interfering with employment contract of municipal officials, where it is proven that the council or the councillor knowingly took an unlawful decision of this or any other kind. As the MSC of COGTA, I will have no other option but to invoke provision of item 3 of Code of Conduct for councillors contained in the Municipal Structures Act. On the Ward Committee election, Chairperson, In order to implement the constitutional mandate in terms of the community participation as defined in the Systems Act, we have supported the establishment of ward committees in each ward in KZN municipalities within the stipulated time frame. In council, where valid reason were provided, COGTA have granted extension of time to establish the ward committees. To date, we have established 98% of ward committees, with the remaining of 2% being objection raised post-establishment, who are in the process of being resolved. On the Provincial Rapid Response and Community Development Work Program, Mr. Chairperson, we have promulgated the Provincial Rapid Response Strategy to provide a provincial framework for the management of public protest through the establishment and efficient functioning of the provincial and municipal rapid response team, inclusive participation of the key role players. All 54 municipalities have established the MRRT. As we recover from these recent floods, we have strengthened the involvement of the capacity of community development workers. We have specifically strengthened CDW capacity in being a conceive of the community issue being communicated to government and vice versa. I must indicate, Chair, that we have just appointed 10 CDW within the province to ensure that we have soldiers that are going to work with the people at the ground level. Capacitation of the new councillors post-election. We have likewise prioritized the capacitation of the new and the returning councillors through the targeted and need-directed intervention. This includes the councillor skills audit that aim at determined education level, current employment, years of experience in local government, and training needs of councillors. Its funding will allow for the development of ongoing capacity building intervention for all councillors who require them. Implementation of findings of skills audit and capacitation of municipal officials throughout 2021, Chairperson, particularly after the 2021 local government election. We worked closely with the municipality to address the gaps we identify in the skills audit we had undertaken during the previous financial year. In doing so, Chair, we have ensured that the municipalities are now prioritizing the gaps identified in the skills audit in their workplace skills plan. Support the municipality oversight structures. A new term of local government has turned to our attention towards the need to identify the existing outstanding skills among the new elected councillors in order to provide necessary support in this regard. Our focus has been on the capacity of councillors in generally, on the municipal internal audit unit and the MPEC in particular. Improved revenue collection in municipalities. During 2021-2022, we deployed a targeted approach to revenue collection in municipalities that managed to reduce both customer and government debt while enhancing revenue collection. In tandem with the COVID-19 debt relief programs introduced municipalities, consumers have been encouraged to pay their dues in time. And we must indicate, Chair, the ESCOM Chairperson, while we were able to assist and support municipalities to settle ESCOM debts in fully at Dumbe, Mthonjane, Nabakolo, Sinkosilanga, local municipalities prior years, we still have municipalities that still owe ESCOM. Currently, there are 5 KZN municipalities in areas with ESCOM payment total of 775 million, arising from our mediation effort and support in developing credible payment plan. 4 municipalities have drastically reduced their debts, namely Ulundi, Newcastle, Msunduzi, and Domain. We will continue, Chairperson, to support and monitor municipalities to highlight on the payment plan developed. Improve audit outcome of municipalities. Auditor General of South Africa officially released audit outcome for 2020-2021, irrespective of all 54 municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal on the 28th of February 2022. We want to congratulate Okahlamba municipality for retaining its clean audit, which attained clean audit under our financial expert program introduced during the audit year, as well as the King Cetshwayo district for its clean audit in the 2020-2021 financial year. Msunduzi, Zululand, Big Five and Ubuhlebezo improve from the qualified to unqualified audit. Amajuba district improved from the disclaimer to qualified audit. It is pleasing to note that there is no regression as has been noted, though more work still need to be done in this regard. In eliminating irregular expenditure in respect of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, we have throughout the 2021 reviewed the municipal processes to ensure strengthening internal control to prevent such expenditure. Regarding the UIFW expenditure already occurred, we provided intensified support to financial committee MPEG councils on the processes of dealing with such expenditure, and where necessary, we've encouraged municipalities to strengthen their consequence management to such expenditures. On Program 3, Chairperson, which is development and planning, the district development model in action. Chairperson, I'm happy to report in this August House that the district development model is already transforming the spheres of local government in KZN. This is an intergovernmental relations is already operating in most of the district and the metro in the province, with all spheres of government engaging in one another, aligning and integrating their plans, budget for shared implementation. This alignment is now expressed in the Models 1 plans, which is now being finalized with our hands-on support throughout the province, with the exception of eThekwini, whose 1 plan is completed. Implementation of provincial water master plan. In 2021, Chairperson, we began implementation of water intervention and reaching the KZN provincial water master plan. A key part of our effort was accelerated province-wide water intervention that are aimed at improving general access water, both communities and businesses. In 2021-2022, Chairperson, we supported individual municipalities in increasing their level of water service in line with their ward profile. We have also intensified our support to municipalities by providing additional technical capacity to a number of districts, including Oku and Umkhanyakude. We also embark on the program of provide short-term relief to water-scale areas throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal region by installing new 220 boreholes in 6 districts, which Uthukela, Umkhanyakude, Zululand, Amajuba, and Herigwala, and Umzinyati. And the portfolio of COGTA in legislature have visited number of these boreholes. On water intervention in water crisis, in water challenge district, Oku district is one of the province water hotspot as identified by the Provincial water master plan. There are challenges of internet water supply at Oku, at point out by Ms. Vuyukazi Hlope from Oku in her input to this speech via Facebook that are due to aging infrastructure, unplanned power outage, as well as vandalism. In response to Ms. Hlope, during the 2021-2022, we transferred 19.3 million to Oku for water infrastructure project, including 12 boreholes at Umzumbe and Muzwabantu local municipalities. We also appointed a technical expert who is stationed at Oku district to assist in unblocking the local water challenges at Oku, Chairperson. The KZN Provincial Electricity Master Plan, having successfully completed the KZN Provincial Water Master Plan, we have in 2021 developed and began to implement the KZN Provincial Electricity Master Plan. And the master plan focuses on universal access to electricity, alternative energy, and asset management framework. Specifically, the plan addresses on ongoing need to support municipalities with operations and maintenance to the challenges of energy infrastructure. Electricity delivery highlights, Chair. Throughout the 2021-22, our dedicated electricity program has gone from the strength to the strength. Some of the projects delivered, highlighted in this period, are listed in this print version of this presentation, where we electrify number of projects at Abakolo, at Jozin, as a department, because the municipalities at Abakolo and Jozin, they failed to provide, to give people electricity. We then decided decided to do it for ourselves. In 2022-2023, we will allocate further 5 million for electricity connection in Suze, Luthuli, Ozwatini.
Just a second, Honorable. Let me see. Let us preserve the decorum in the House. This is a critical debate, so we don't want even to hear some noise. We're sorry about that, but please proceed.
No, they are happy because of the progress. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. eThekwini Alternative Energy Initiative, eThekwini Metro has recently embarked on the new policy direction to adequately reduce the energy reliance on Eskom. The new energy policy includes eThekwini Integrated Resource Plan, which is in the first of its kind at the local government in South Africa as a whole. This has been developed in order to safeguard the sales delivery mandate of the municipality, lowering the cost of electricity bill, bring policy certainty to the investors, and adhere to environmental sustainability. Assisting municipality to fully spend infrastructure grant, we have been transparent about the province not doing very well in terms of overall expenditure on grants due to the lack of skills and capacity, SCM challenges, and absence of monitoring. We are under constant threat from the National Treasurer for withdrawal of unspent funds as part of turnaround strategy at Chairperson. We've established a dedicated project management unit that is now working with municipalities to speed up project implementation and strengthen planning for infrastructure projects. A provincial small town socio-economic revitalization. We have finalized the provincial small town socio-economic revitalization strategy that will identify key intervention in the priority nodes throughout the province, considering a spatial planning initiative and linking these with industrial and initiative that will improve their sustainability. The strategy aims to provide direction on how government and other stakeholders should tackle the revival of the economic declining towns in KZN. Implementation will take place in the current financial year. Our focus will be on the number of municipalities, including the municipalities that have been mentioned by the Honorable Premier in his State of the Provincial Address, such as Mkambatini, Idumbe, Mpofana, and other municipalities. On the district development agencies, the functionality of the DDAs was monitored and supported by the 2021-22 role of DDA in LED has become increasingly evident in governance radical economic transformation program, which include asset, bulk buying, government warehousing, all of which are geared towards administering SMEs in rural and township economy. The DDAs and municipal have also been introduced to potential partnership opportunities in KZN with a view of creating economic growth and assisting the utilization of existing assets in creating economic growth. The special project and their implementation during 2021-22 Chairperson, we continue to support municipalities and traditional institutions by rolling out of small town reparation, corridor development, rural local economic development, Amakosi asset programs, and the following projects were completed in that financial year: Richmond Siyathutuka, Makota Road, KwaTukuza People's Park, Msunduzi Youth Enterprise Park, Naye Presid, Edumbe roads and pollution facilities. In 2022-2023, Chairperson will allocate a total of 45.8 million for various projects under the Small Town Reparation Program, including the Umdoni, Mkambatini, Edumbe, and other municipalities that are going to assist. Also in 2022-2023, will allocate 11.2 million for corridor development project at Umuzwabantu and Umsunduzi. Amakosi-led rural local economic development. In supporting Amakosi through the rural economic development program, we have in 2021 allocated 6.5 million to Nkanini TC for expansion of Bulwa Farm agri-tunnels and open field production, wherein in the local cooperative is supported to produce vegetable. And the KwaXolo TC was also supported with 6.5 million to expand the existing work, Pesgom Corner Youth Cooperative through AgriTernet. In 2023, we'll allocate further 3 million to Sitole TA at Uthugele. Establishment of the new community service center. By the way of redressing the past partially isolation of service to the majority of our population, in 2021-2022, we officially opened Umfolozi Matimatolo at Umvoti CSCs. Umfolozi CS is now providing key services such as SASA and other departments that are them. Matimatolo is currently in the process of formalizing the tenant occupation. On the mass job creation, Mr. Chairperson, it remain my cardinal conviction that a job is a best care for poverty and inequality, which is why local economic development and job creation have been one of the principal focus areas since joining the department. In 2020-2021, we've created 45,250 job opportunities through the community work program. Moreover, the additional of 261 employment opportunities created through the newly development in service training program. The department also created more than 500 employment opportunities through in flagship municipal internship program. Program 4, Chairperson, killing of Amakosi and Zinduna. Chairperson, this is one of the one serious challenge that we face as KwaZulu-Natal. The surge in the killing of traditional leaders remain a grave concern, as acknowledged by the Honorable Premier in his State of the Province address. Consequently, efforts have been made to apprehend the criminal who have been responsible for this killing of izinduna namakhosi. Siyafisa ukuthi sibambisane nomphakathi wonke ngoba uhulumeni namaphoyisa ewodwa ngeke wenza yonke into, kodwa kufanele siye sonke ngoba izigebengu siyazazi ukuthi sila ehlala khona, sikwazi ukuthi protect amakhosi asendlunkulu nenduna zamakhosi. We must report, that total of 43 cases of matters have been registered with South African Police Services since 2012, and the total of 25 people have been arrested in relation to the 14 of the cases. Kuyabonakala ukuthi umsebenzi wamaphoyisa uyenzeka kodwa namaphoyisa ewodwa ngeke akwazi ukwenza yonke into, but we need to ensure that we work together. Provision of resources to Amakosi. During 2021-2022, we've continued with our effort to uphold the dignity of the institution of the traditional leadership by revelation of 26 traditional councils, which needed minor repairs. The total cost of 2.4 million in the current year will construct further 7 imizi yezizwe. We have started the process already. We have already started to identify those imizi yezizwe. Similarly, in 2021-2022, we provide furniture to 113 traditional councils following the thorough assessment of their needs. And further, in this financial year, will Chairperson provide 54 traditional councils with furniture in this current financial year. Capacity building for traditional institution, Chairperson, we believe that traditional leaders need to be equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge and matters governance to serve the community effectively. In 2021, in August 2021, we, in the partnership with the Dialogue, conducted an induction workshop that sought to capacitate them together with their structures with skills and fulfill their mandate. The new Traditional Cohesion and Leadership Act was covered in this workshop. In the recognition of traditional leaders during 2021-2022, we we, through the Provincial Executive Council, successfully recognized 21 Amakosi and 7 Amabambakosi. Some of these recognitions have brought finality to long-standing succession dispute. On 2022-2023 budget, in the World Policy Contest Chairperson, 2022-23 budget continued to be constrained by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and most recently, the impact of the devastating flood and experience in the past few weeks to ensure that our limited resources make the maximum impact on communities. We are targeting our spending initiative on the most urgent priorities while we'll continue to strive to improve expenditure efficiently. Specifically, our improved financial management is bound to ensure over great value for money when coupled with an improved SCM framework. Specific pronouncement for 2022-2023 financial year, Chairperson, for Program 1, recruitment of person with disability. Chairperson, we encourage that by a result of our drive to actively recruit women managers whose proportion in the departments is now stand at 58% of senior managers. We will in 2022-2023 embark on the similar recruitment drive to employ persons and especially youth with disability. And to this end, we will engage with organizations such as Disabled People of South Africa that provide support to this available and vastly underemployed demographic. New offices for Umzinyathi and Herikwala district. During 2022-23, we will embark on the construction of the new offices in the district of Umzinyathi and Herikwala district, which will act on the one-stop shop for the department. The new offices will go a long way strengthening our district capacity and improving our operational efficiency on the ground in this district. On Program 2, Chairperson, dealing with coalition municipalities, squabble among the political parties diminish the public confidence on the ability to govern effectively. We urge political parties to do all in their power to prevent a reaction, working with our partners such as SALCA, who will setting up a conflict management mechanism to ensure that coalition municipalities are stable. There is no doubt, Chairperson, that the coalition will remain an important aspect of local government going forward. We will engage the Minister of COGTA to consider argument policy and legislation to cater the stability of coalition in municipalities in future. On the quarterly engagement with municipal ESCOs, starting in 2021-2022, there will be a quarterly municipal cluster engagement with executive committees in all KZN municipalities. These clusters engagement are envisaged to eliminate the silos approach in coordinating support to municipalities, strengthening the oversight role of ESCOs, and refocus these committees' executive role and responsibilities, which entrench in the various parts of the existing local government legislation. The new approach in municipal intervention, Mr. Chairperson, we recognize the need for the alternative step to constitute intervention in order to induce compliance by municipalities with their executive obligation. To this end, we're liaising with the Minister of COGTA to fast-track the promulgation of the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support Intervention Bill, which provide a clear guidance on the appointment of administrators when intervention in municipalities. Credibility of municipal integrated development plan. At the end of 2021-2022, the provincial IDP credibility average has improved to 73.7%. This is above the provincial benchmark of 60% and the national benchmark of 50%. The focus of the fifth generation generation of IDPs will now be on the implementation and monitoring of the identified priorities and commitments made by the municipalities in their IDPs. For our part, we will no longer only focus on the credibility of the municipal IDP, but will develop a tool to monitor implementation of the commitments made in the IDP. The revival of the back to basic approach during 2022, as pronounced in the Honorable Premier State of the Provincial Address, will revive the number of service delivery campaign under the umbrella of the Back to Basic program, which is aimed to refocusing municipalities to prioritize basic. This approach has already been applied at Msunduzi municipalities to municipality, and the result in terms of service delivery quick wins are promising. Province-wide, this campaign will include Masakane campaign, which create awareness and importance of paying for services, campaign to repair broken streets and fill a pothole, localized cleanup campaign, but also the joint campaign with the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs on environmental awareness and damage of illegal dumping. The rollout of municipal official and traditional institution, the municipality employee skills audit undertaken in 2021 will now be tabled in the municipal council meeting, and the municipality will be engaged to develop an action plan implement of the recommendation. Program 3, Chair, establishment of social compact, working with the Economic Council, who have comments with the cascading the concept of social compact, which will enhance the participation of all sectors in economic development in municipalities, especially in ensuring economic recovery from the impact of COVID-19. Social unrest in July 2021 will also support the municipalities in providing the conducive environment for the private sector to participate and increase opportunities for investment through effective implementation of municipal revenue enhancement strategies and municipal development incentive strategy. The review of municipal LED strategy, we will, Chairperson, during 2022-2023, be reviewing the provincial LED strategy to accommodate the implementation of the provincial localization strategy, and in doing so, promote local production by small business. The new approach will entail a strong partnership between the departmental LED unit and various NGOs and private sector in advancing LED initiatives. Implementation of KZN Water Master Plan, Chairperson, I have spoken that we are now implementing the Water Master Plan. We are no longer developing it. Hence, I have already spoken on the intervention that we have made in different municipalities or water authorities, and also spoken to the Provincial Electricity Master Plan, and we will continue, Chair, to work with municipalities to assist those municipalities to ensure that they have alternative energy. Expanding and enhancing EPWP to 1,000 job opportunities on success on the management of EPWP and internship, we have resulted in decision to further expand these opportunities to ensure that youth women in particular are afforded many job opportunities as possible. This expansion create additional of 1,000 job opportunities for next 2 years. Municipalities will be asked to contribute to the program, which will also see the development of a new model for supervision on beneficiary. African Smart City on the Eastern Seaboard. We are now actively engaged with the conceptual development and coordination of the Eastern Seaboard project announced by the Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa and prioritized by the Honorable Premier Zikalala. This area along N2, linking KZN to Eastern Cape, is carried by the country's history to force removal and separate development in line with the vision of the spatial transformation. We are now collaborating with the partners in the national government and the Eastern Cape municipalities to reimagine development these coastal and inland areas in South African First African Smart City. disaster risk reduction in informal settlement, Mr. Chairperson, we've identified veld and shark fire as one of the hazards with the disproportionately high number of incidents and fatalities in the province. This incident also often result in the property and agriculture sector, thus affecting livelihood and economy. From 2022 onwards, we will, through the Provincial Disaster Management Center, proactively embark on the fire safety program focused on informal settlement and rural areas. Early disaster warning system for the province will, during 2022-2023, procure and install an integrated communication information management system to disaster management in the Provincial Disaster Management Center at Mkondeni here in Pietermaritzburg, Chairperson. This is a multi-year project which will involve both hardware and software, and its purpose will be receive early disaster warning and feed information to other stakeholders, and including municipalities and sector departments. The system will improve coordination of the provincial response to disaster in the face of KZN worsening a climate change profile. Improving KZN coordination response to disaster, the knowledge we gain from the partnership in fighting against the climate change, we must match by the investment into the improved coordinated response to disaster at the provincial level. To able to provide such a response consistently, our existing disaster management structure will require most up-to-date technology, and we will approaching the provincial government for adequate funding in this regard as soon as we have quantified our needs. Support for Amajuba and Umzinyathi District Management Center, even as we continue to support each and every disaster management structure in the province, the Disaster Management Center at Amajuba and Umzinyathi District will in 2023-2024 receive a special attention in order to bring them to a standard of the other district management center in KZN. We will work closely with both districts to ensure that these two centers are adequately equipped to fulfill their critical mandate. Additional funding to tune of 5 million for each center will be allocated for 2020-2023.
Honorable MEC, your time is up, but we can see that you towards the tail end of your speech. We can allocate 2 minutes just to sum up. If you want more, then we can just take at the end, but you also at the end, yeah.
Chair, can I take 7 minutes from my is
No, that's fine. We are comfortable.
Thank you. On program 4, Chair, I'm trying to reduce your questions, Honorable Mwango and Mr. Mayor. On program 4, Chairperson, Commission on Resolution of Traditional Dispute, the institution of traditional leadership have plagued by ongoing dispute relating to succession in Ubukhosi position, as well as boundaries dispute among the communities. This affects the stability in communities as well as service delivery and development. The Honorable Premier has recently appointed the new Provincial Commission on the Traditional Leadership Dispute and Claim for the a 5-year term to deal with Ubukhosi dispute, and this body will receive our support during the 2022-23 and beyond. Provision of digital tools to Amakosi, Chairperson. You will recall that in 2021-22 we procured tablets for provincial house leadership, traditional leadership, and the chairperson of local houses. In this financial year, the department will provide 247 tablets to Amakosi who belong to 11 local house of traditional leaders. This will enhance the participation of Amakosi in municipal council and other government engagement that are convened visually. The budget per program, Chairperson, For Program 1, which administration were allocating 398,689,000. For Program 2, local government is 359,511,000. For Program 3, development planning, 423,074,000. For Program 4, which is traditional affairs, is 638,759,000. The overall budget for the department is 1,818,040,000. In conclusion, Chair, the budget we are presenting here today come with a solid set of tangible deliverables for 2022-2023 financial year, but also not the time beyond when we begin to group and rebuild our municipality. Their local economies and our traditional institution after the devastating COVID-19 pandemic. This is what we mean by turning the corner in KZN municipalities. The political party that has nominated me chair for leadership of this department, the African National Congress, in the Deliberation movement, we expect a measurable performance. It will expect measurable performance in this regard. I'm determined to deliver for all the commitment that we have made in this August House. I'm also grateful for the support in this House, especially from the COGTA portfolio the committee chaired by Honorable portfolio members, for the robust oversight is helping the department to live up to its name, and allow me to express my profound appreciation to the Provincial House of Traditional Leadership, led by Inkosi Yasemadungeni, Inkosi Uchilize, with the support that they are giving us at the traditional level, and we are working right in Namakhosi. We hope that we will continue to sebenze kahle namakhosi asendlunkulu wonkana. At COGTA itself, my gratitude goes to the head of department, Mr. Tubane, and the whole team of COGTA, who have capable managers and capable officials, from the cleaner to the admin clerk and to the HOD. All officials of COGTA, they are very valuable because of the support that they are giving to me to ensure that we advance service delivery to our people. Let me also acknowledge the late of my father, Baba Uhlomuga, who continued to watch me wherever he is, and I hope that even my mother and my wife and my children and entire supporting family for their unwavering support that always give me in these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, allow me to end by a befitting quote from our own African revolutionary President Thomas Sankara, who once said, open quote, "Knowledge is enough to change the material condition of our people. We need to create practical program systems that will empower us economically, politically, socially, spiritually, and mentally. We need courage to act," close quote. The budget policy statement seeks to translate our knowledge of local government, traditional leadership institution. It presents the practical program that, working together, should give all of us a courage to go out there, work towards improving and changing the lives of our people for better. Mr. Chairperson, these are the words of gratitude. I hereby table the budget for vote level cooperative governance and traditional affairs for 2022-2023 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC Ihlomuga Mlalazganothaga. You only took 5 minutes at the end, so you didn't exhaust your time. So you still have a space. Let us acknowledge MEC Pillay. Thank you for gracing our shores today. I'm not going to acknowledge honorable members individually. So let me greet all the honorable members in our midst, the media personnel, and the cohort from COGTA led by Babu Tuban. Let me also thank the role that has been played already by our honorable chairperson, Ubaba KK, this morning. We started at the wrong platform downstairs. Let me also apologize on two honorable members because we thought they are the one, but the media, because the room is small, they had to do. We also acknowledge the presence of our chief whip, Honorable Zuma. Let us start now. Report by the chairperson, Honorable ZLI Kele. You'll see the platform is yours for 10 minutes. Honorable Kele is mostly protected in this august house. The platform is yours. You are recognized, Honorable Kele.
Greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Duma. Greetings to the Premier, members of this august house, Amakosa Senjungulu, distinguished guest. Honorable Chairperson and members of this house, I take this opportunity to table a summary of the committee's deliberation of 2022-23 budget. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs presented the 2022-23 budget and the annual performance plan, the APP, at the meeting of COGTA Portfolio Committee on the 14th of April 2022. The committee is pleased with the fact that the APP is fully aligned with the national provincial priorities, and that consideration was given in developing the APP with a new term of the municipal administration and changes necessitated by it. To comply with the sector oversight model, which is SOM, the committee held an interactive session at Umgungundlovu District Municipality and Mbendle Local Municipality on the 10th of December 2021. A session which was attended by stakeholders within the district and the public at large. At this meeting, stakeholders were given an opportunity to table their contributions on the draft APP and the budget for 2022-23 to the committee. The department assured the committee that it will continue to support and ensure that there is alignment between the national, provincial, and local government priorities. Working together with different stakeholders in the province and countrywide, the department committed itself in contributing towards the realization and achievement of government's priorities as spelled out in the MTSF. The meeting to consider the budget and APP proposals by the department was held on the 14th of April 2022. This meeting convened shortly after the finance hearing held on the 12th of April 2022. At both these engagements, the committee had an opportunity to interrogate the budget and the APP proposal for the department. Matters of concerns were also articulated by the committee members. Honorable Chairperson, it is a welcome opportunity for us in the COGTA Portfolio Committee to participate in the debate of the Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs budget speech presented in this House. The committee commends the department for transparency displayed in its budget processes. The critical matters that were noted and are worth mentioning in this House are as follows. Approximately 27 million has been budgeted by the department to improve the traditional administrative centers, the TAC's infrastructures. This is where the department will complete 12 major rehabilitation projects in 2022-2023 financial year. Moreover, the department has indicated that a further 3 million will be utilized for minor work to community service centers. During the Mbendle stakeholder engagement, the community members raised concern in relation to the lack of the adequate rehabilitation of traditional administrative centers, infrastructure by the department. 1 million has been allocated by the department for anti-gender-based violence and femicide interventions and campaigns of traditional leaders to assist in the reduction of the scourge in traditional communities. An additional 7 million will be made available will be made available for Imizi Yezizwe program by the department.
Awuyibambe kancane Mhlonishwa. Ngicela nisicelele lo baba ukuthi akathi uphuma kancane uyilungisa indaba efoni yakhe siyasilimaza njengamanje sine image to preserve and the decorum in the house, please. You are protected, Honorable proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. An additional 7 million will be made available for Imizi Yezizwe program by the department for the rehabilitation or maintenance of Imizi Yezizwe. Moreover, the department has catered for Imizi Yezizwe to be constructed within the 2022-23 new infrastructure assets, which is capital allocations. This includes the Zulu, the Kaba, Hlomindlela community centers, among others. In terms of service delivery projects allocated within Program 2, Local Government, and Program 3, Development and Planning, the department has allocated a budget of 78 million for transfers to local government. The 78 million is broken down as follows: 11,200,000 allocated against a corridor development program for construction and trading stalls, 45,800,000 allocated against small town rehabilitation, as the MEC has alluded, 16 million allocated against disaster management programs, as we saw in his speech, for Amajuba Umzinyati disaster centers, and 5 million allocated against a massification program for electrification, as he has alluded as well, for Umsunduzi and eThekwini as well. For budget 2022-23, the portfolio committee notes that the department is allocated 1.8 billion in the 2022-23 financial year to deliver on its mandate. The committee has also noted that this is a minimum increase of 2.2%. If compared to the 2021-22 main appropriation amount of 1.78 billion, due to no changes having been observed to the department allocation in the 2022-23 financial year. The committee has also noted that the minimal increase in the 2022-23 MTEF budget is mainly to cater for planned filling of vacant posts, which the committee is quite excited if it's going to happen, the remuneration of his induna, support to traditional institutions, transfer to the IEC for the TC elections, among others. The committee has noted that the department has allocated 9 million for the unrest damage to provincial infrastructure in relation to the traditional administration center affected by the unrest for the 2021-22 financial year. Of this allocated 9 million, the department has only managed to spend 326,000 in 2021-22 financial year and will request the 8.6 million to be rolled over for the completion of the 5 projects done by the Department of Public Works on behalf of the department. The portfolio committee has committed itself to monitor this 8 million rollover request that will be requested by the department from the provincial treasury. In relation to filling of vacant posts, the department has assured the committee that it has done relatively well in filling critical vacant posts, especially in terms of the priority posts. The committee resolved that the progress report to be tabled in the committee at the next meeting of the committee as part of the playing robust oversight, as the MEC has said, over the issues of filling of vacant critical posts by the department. Noting all the priorities presented by the Department of COGTA, the portfolio committee is dedicated in fulfilling its constitutional and legislative mandate through application of sector model, where it will monitor with keen interest through robust oversight and the department activities, both from financial perspective, actual performance when tabling their quarterly report to the committee for the ensuing budget year. The committee wishes to highlight the following areas of concern and areas of noting a special interest that arose at the budget hearing. The significant decline in the EPWP integrated grant for provincial grant allocated over the years, where it has declined from 3 million in 2019-20 financial year down to 2.7 million in 2021-22 financial year. The 1 million to 1.9 million in 2021-22 financial year. In the current year of 2022-23, department has been allocated 1.9 million. A concern was raised by the committee that the 1.8 billion allocated budget to 2022-23 financial year and about 400 million goes towards service delivery, while most of the budget goes towards compensation of employees to an amount of 7.9 million, and the remuneration of Izinduna of 3,098 Izinduna. This implies that about 65% of the department budget goes to the compensation of employees and Izinduna for 2022-23 financial year. The committee raised a concern to the department readiness to realize the 55 million transfer allocated to the IEC, as in the past, an amount of 19 million was incurred by the IEC against the budget of almost 47 million. Poor revenue collection by municipality also highlighted as a matter of concern. The committee indicated that it will be necessary for councillors to lead revenue campaigns amongst the communities they lead. In conclusion, one wishes to commend the Department of Cooperative Government for achieving a clean audit over the past 2 years. The department's commitment to work for the people of KwaZulu-Natal is evident through their favorable and desirable audit outcomes, as the department managed to spend 100% of the 2020-21 budget, while achieving over 90% of its performance indicators for the same financial year. May I take this opportunity to thank the MEC of Finance, Honorable Sipho Hlomuga, all members of the Portfolio Committee, the HOD, Mr. Tabane and his team for the work that they do, for their cooperation. Lastly, to thank the Legislature support staff for providing administrative support to our Portfolio Committee. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kele. Nje abantu sebefuna ukucorrect kanti ke uthetha ubani bezongathi uthetha abani, so into ezinjalo ziyenzeka nje, and there is a stage fright when you are here. So we acknowledge that. Let's proceed on a lighter note, honorable members. The first honorable member to take the debate, to lead the debate from the ANC for 9 minutes, Honorable MPP Zungu. Kwabini, the platform is yours. We want to also to wish her belated birthday. She has just reached the 50, half century, the special one. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, House Chair. Allow me to extend my greetings to the members of this House, also to express my indebtedness to the People's Liberation Movement, the ANC, as I represent here in this debate. Honorable members, as we all know that COGTA is one of the most essential and critical departments in the life of the provincial government, as it presides over the healthy functioning of municipal institutions, which are key to service delivery, and also presides over the proper functioning of bodies like Traditional House, which are just as important. The mandate and the mission of this department is directly related to the provincial's ability to serve its people. The cry for service delivery among our communities and the developmental agenda of the ANC-led government, in line with the African Union's Agenda 2063, Aspiration 1, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. This makes the department to be central and should propel the activities it is entrusted with. The recent floods tested the character of everyone, and especially the competency and readiness of the various units of this department in particular. This recent situation, Chair, compelled the department to live up to the challenges and respond swiftly to ensure the protection of lives, rescue, and eventually resumption of stability in the municipalities and our communities. One is therefore not afraid to say that the department has not only been visible, but has left no vacuum in local government for the intervention in struggling municipalities to respond to rapid responses during the recent natural disasters. It therefore suffices that one congratulates the Honorable MEC and the department on the occasion of tabling this budget. Honorable MEC, I will be making an immense mistake if I fail to acknowledge your efforts and not congratulate you on your department for making meaningful inroads on issues that relate to traditional affairs. Also considering that these days are very sensitive issues for which the department has navigated during the 6th administration with high precision. It's a known fact that that this department has been plagued by historical issues which can now we can see being resolved. Among many is the issue that has been a thorn in the flesh of traditional leaders, which is the outstanding payment of salaries for Izinduna, that is related to the debt that is owed as a result of the 2014 presidential proclamation. We understand that this matter is at the advanced stage of resolution by the National Treasury, National COGTA, and our province. We therefore call upon all stakeholders involved to expedite this process and realize its fruition. We also appreciate the budget set aside for the revitalization program aimed to rebuild Imizezizwe, the allocation of 8 million to start the building of Imizezizwe for the current financial year. Also, we should applaud the commitment to avail a further 7 million for the next financial year for the continuation of this program. Although a lot still needs to be done, but this is the step to the right direction. Nakho-ke Hlala umkhulu ngijabulela nanokuthi nobukhosi bangakithi emandeni kwahloma endlini abusilele ngaphandle siyahalalisa lapho. On extended public works program house chair, we wish to laud the department for expanding and enhancing its EPWP program to further astounding 1,000 jobs. This will go a long way in alleviation of poverty, enhancing skills development, and addressing unemployment among youth. We make a clear call to the department to ensure that women and people with disability be majority beneficiaries of this program. House Chair, we further salute COGTA for the creation of 45,000 job opportunities through the Community Works Program, even under the difficult times of COVID-19. We implore you to augment and expand the municipal internship program across all districts to ensure that our youth are imparted with an on-job experience. House Chair, the allocation of 45.8 million towards small town rehabilitation program is also greatly welcomed. In terms of the disaster conditional grant, we call upon the department to prioritize the upgrade and improvement of the disaster centers. This coupled with a clear program to avoid similar scourge in future affecting areas along the recognized flood lines in line with Goal 13 of UN Sustainable Development Goals. Honorable MNC, we have noted your report on the state of municipality and how COGTA has helped ailing municipalities with turnaround strategy. We applaud the work that is being done and hope to see complete turnaround in the entire outlook of the municipal sphere, where our municipalities will no longer require intervention from provincial government. We urge the Omnisi Muga, the HOD Tubane, and the entire department to continue to excel. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve good governance because that is all public official is supposed to give in service of his or her people. As Island Chair, I would like to admonish the quote from Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, when he described the gains of Indian government over the years in office. He says, I quote, "Good governance with good intention is the hallmark of our government. Implementation with integrity is our core passion." I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Kwabeni. Thank you so much, Kwabeni. We just have to remind honorable members that there is time that is being utilized closer to Ubabuza Tembiso. Just gaze at that direction so that you feel okay. It will just assist you. The next member to participate in our debate for 10 minutes from IFP, Honorable OB Kunene. You are recognized. You may proceed, Mtimand.
The Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honorable MEC, Amakosi present, maybe virtually, Honorable members of this August House, the HOD and senior managers present. I'm grateful to Inkatha Nkululeko Sizwe for affording me an opportunity to participate in this important debate. Honorable Chairperson, we began this year, 2022, on a very sour note when we saw the House of Democracy, our parliament, in flames. This happened after a very difficult year where the economy of our country was dealt a devastating blow by the effects of lockdown because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As if this was not enough, our province and the Gauteng province faced civil unrest and looting that cost our economy an estimated 50 billion rand. This was followed by floods that ravaged some parts of our province in April of this year, claiming lives and collapsing infrastructure. It is so painful that more than 400 lives were lost and more than 60 people are unaccounted for in this province. The people of our province were dealt a serious blow. The infrastructure was destroyed. They lost their possessions, which they had labored for many years, not to mention the loss of precious lives. The IFP passes its condolences to all those who lost their loved ones through these floods. Saluhloniphekile iqembu lenkatha lizwakalisa okukhulu ukudumala ngokulahleka kwemiphefumulo engaka ngenxa yezikhukhula futhi sikanye nalabo ngemiphefumulo abangakatholakali namanje abangakabatholi namanje abathandiweyo babo. Iqembu lenkatha Nkululeko lahambela ezindawo ezahlukene eThekwini namaphethelo ukuyobona umonakalo owenzekile labuye lalekelela ngezinsiza ezidingwayo labo balahlekelwe ngalesikhathi esinzima isifundazwe sakithi esibhekene naso. I'm happy, Honorable MEC, that you requested us to observe a moment of silence when you began delivering your speech. It was very important for us to have done so. We thank you for that. Honorable MC, this brings me to inquire from you whether disaster management centers within our province are capable enough to mitigate the effects of disaster. Because going according to the experiences of the people on the ground, some disaster management centers where the recent floods were experienced failed them. The people we spoke to expressed their concern to us when we met them that in some areas affected, it took a long time for any official or assistance to reach them after they've been promised assistance. We need to look closer to this issue of readiness in order to ascertain whether disaster management centers in our province are properly equipped, and that when they issue early warnings for the impending disaster that may occur, that such warnings reach the residents of our province on time, and that they are assisted to respond quickly before disaster strikes. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP notes the 1.8 billion rand budget allocated to this department. It is a matter of concern, though, that an amount of 793.7 million of this budget goes to compensation of employees, which equals to 65% of the budget, leaving about 400 million rand for service delivery. On the EPW grant, the IFP shares concerns expressed by the Portfolio Committee regarding the decline of the EPW grant over the years to a mere 1.993 million rand for this financial year. This grant assists in mitigating the high rate of employment in our country, in our province. We know that an amount of 78 million in this budget will be transferred to local government, 11.2 million rand for corridor development for the construction of trading stalls, 45.8 million rand for the rehabilitation of small towns, 16 million rand for disaster management centers in Amachuba and Umzingati districts. On the traditional leadership, the IFP notes that an amount of 396 million towards the payment of to his induna has been reserved. We are eager to know what happened at the meeting. The OSHOD, Mr. Tubane, reported at the Portfolio Committee meeting that it was going to take place on the 20th of April with the national sphere to discuss back pay to his induna and the payment of traditional council secretaries. The IFP will continue to place on record its concerns that the stipends paid to traditional council secretaries are a shame, and something needs to be done by the department to increase it. In fact, it is shameful that traditional council secretaries have been paid by the department a stipend of 1,600 rand since 2012. We wish that you, Honorable MEC, could discuss the plight of traditional council secretaries when you meet with Amakosi and give them an assurance that the matter of their secretaries will receive your attention. The IFP notes that an amount of 27 million rand has been allocated towards implementing infrastructure in traditional administrative centers. The IFP wishes to submit in this debate that the participation of Amakosi in municipalities, as the Honorable MEC has said, remains hollow if Amakosi do not have powers to vote in those municipalities. We hope this matter will be addressed during our lifetime. On climate change, the latest flights has made it clear that in planning processes within municipalities and within the provinces itself, challenges brought about by climate change must be confronted head on. Any delay in taking this into account will see our province having to face dire consequences going forward, because climate change imperatives must be factored into all planning processes. It is also important to establish whether local municipalities do fulfill their legislative obligations towards getting ready to face disasters. Disaster management should not only be left to district municipalities, but local municipalities as well must have a role to play in getting ready to mitigate the effect of disasters. On the intervention in municipalities, Inkatha Nkululeko Isizwe remains concerned about the interventions by the department to some municipalities within the province. There are municipalities that are under administration for a long time. That is our concern, 3 years and more. And we wonder whether the purpose is served by these interventions, or is it a matter of those appointed as administrators failing to turn around those municipalities within a reasonable time. Interventions should not be a permanent feature of the operations of municipalities. Properly qualified administrators would, within a reasonable time, turn municipalities around. It is therefore important to look closely at administrators that take long to turn municipalities around, as to whether they have what it takes to turn the municipalities they were deployed to around. Honorable MEC, this brings me to the latest judgment by the High Court relating to Mtuba Municipality inaugural meeting and the Zululand District Municipality Forensic Investigation, which was commissioned by this department. It is known by all and sundry now that the department lost these 2 cases in the High Court. It is surprising and actually embarrassing that when they inaugurated Mtuba last year, this department was represented, but the law was flouted without the department representative intervening to avoid an illegal act to occur. The IFP had to take the matter to the High Court to challenge what happened at this meeting. The High Court ruled in favor of the IFP on this matter, which resulted in the reconstitution of Mkanyagudu District Municipality recently. On the 6th of May 2022, the High Court delivered another judgment that was an embarrassment to this department in the matter of the forensic report compiled by Legislature Incorporated in Zululand District Municipality. The mayor of this municipality had always maintained that an injustice had occurred in the manner the investigation was conducted, in that investigators did not interview him and proceeded to make a finding against him. The PMB High Court, in its finding under the topic failure to comply with the requirements of provincial fairness, vindicated the mayor of Zululand District Municipality. This begs the question, why was this obvious error on the part of the investigators was not found, and worst of all, when the mayor protested, nobody listened within the department. The IFP wonders how much the department had to pay the lawyers for the costs which could have been avoided had due diligence been conducted in the Tuba municipality matter. And the Zululand District.
Your time is up.
I'll come back. Thank you.
I'm not that generous. Thank you. The next member from the TA for 8 minutes, Honorable Ellen Mayor. The platform is yours.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Leader of the de facto opposition in the Legislature, Francois Rogers. The DA is saddened by the death and destruction, by the extreme weather, and we hope that those who have suffered loss and trauma will be able to find comfort and be able to rebuild their lives. I'm also standing here honouring the memory of yet another member of the LGBTIQ community that was murdered on Freedom Day in eThekwini. Honourable Chair, as you know, I'm new in this committee after some changes in Umgeni, and it was very much my intention to be conciliatory in this debate. But then the April floods happened, and the clear leadership by the MEC for COGTA did not happen. You know, if we look at the Green Book, Vote 11, and we read the strategic outcomes of the budget of this department, we see that it is to improve municipal and traditional institutional capacity, and there this department fails. It is to improve coordination of service delivery, and there this department clearly fails. And improve institutional capacity, and there this department very obviously fails. And even if one goes to the core functions in the same document, it is dismal reading. To coordinate all organs of state to ensure maximum impact, while during the recent floods and its aftermath, we definitely did not see this happen. An interventionist approach. Well, not one municipality where this department has intervened has improved, so not a passing score there. And improving coordination and outcomes-based intergovernmental relations. Chair, when the President announces R1 billion is coming our way and the MEC for Finance says it's not, then intergovernmental relations seems not to be going so well. And last night I was at a meeting addressed by the Deputy Mayor of eThekwini, and the relationship between the province and its metro seems rather shaky. The recent floods was an unprecedented event. No government could have predicted this flood coming, and the impact of the flood was much bigger than anything ever seen in KZN. But we must look at COGTA for what happened before the floods and after the floods. COGTA did not fulfill its mandate in monitoring and empowering municipalities. It is a fact that the lack of maintenance on stormwater drainage, the lack of maintenance on roads, the non-enforcement of building regulations, and the near collapse of disaster services in many municipalities increased the impact of the floods on our people. And these failures must be laid before COGTA. I want to give a specific example, Chairperson, Ladysmith. During COGTA oversight a few months ago, we were all late to the meeting due to flooding in the town. And it became clear that the municipality was failing in maintaining the systems put in place to prevent such flooding. And this town is often flooded, but COGTA did not intervene, and more than once, every time it rains, there's floods in Ladysmith. So whilst we cannot blame the floods on government, the impact could have been less if we had a functional and capable municipalities. And then there's the aftermath of the flood, Chairperson. And here our current MEC failed spectacularly. No clear leadership, no clear central disaster management center that was giving direction and assistance, a slowness in response, and up to now, large parts of Ugu and eThekwini is without water. And the electricity network is still very unstable. But we are not getting any clear direction from COGTA on what is going to be done about this. To the Honourable MEC, the people of Tongad are looking to this government for leadership, for assistance, for water. The Premier can attest to that. And I think the people of Tongad turn to the Premier as he knows how to get a water tanker. But still, many of their questions remained unanswered. Whilst there were some shining lights, the eThekwini Deputy Mayor at least was active and on the ground and visible. For the most part, the ANC local government leaders were shining in their absence. We know that this House will be reconvening very shortly to debate and vote on adjustment budgets as to make money available to deal with the flood damage. And I want to urge the MEC to make sure that part of the budget is spent on improving and setting up a much more efficient disaster response plan and working with municipalities to improve their disaster response capabilities. With global climate change being part of our lives, natural disasters like this will happen more often, and we need to be better prepared. It is fast becoming a new core function of COGTA. And not only municipalities, the department should also work on capacity building with our traditional leaderships in the province so that all areas under the authority of traditional leaders also have plans in place and traditional authorities are capacitated to deal with disasters like these. Chairperson, the core function of this department, if we get right down to it, is to make sure that our municipalities and traditional authorities are functional. And this budget should speak to that. Out of 54 municipalities, over 30 is in financial distress, 9 are under some form of administration, and with this 9, we are not seeing improvement. The Premier in his SOPA said that there is improvement to be seen in our provincial capital. Now, I know many of these official grand government vehicles have tinted windows, but the Premier's window seems to be rose-tinted if he drives through Maritzburg and thinks it's improving. The budget we will approve in this House becomes irrelevant if it does not improve the functioning of our municipalities. It becomes irrelevant if it does not lead to an improvement in service delivery. It becomes irrelevant if it does not improve the lives of all citizens of KwaZulu-Natal. We did oversight as a committee regarding the borehole program. And whilst there were hiccups, I congratulate the department as this is an example of real intervention leading to real change. But Chair, this budget we approve needs to also be prioritized in such a way to ensure the water master plan becomes reality. The people of Ugu are crying to the MEC, crying to the Premier, crying to this legislature for their constitutional right to water to be restored. In this very House, a former MEC for COGTA tore up a petition in this regard years ago, instead of listening and helping. And the problem has gotten worse. Just last night, I received an email, Chairperson, from a resident of Ugu. It reads, please can you assist? Please let your mind absorb that it is 13 days with no water. I would like you guys to come and live here with no water. Please, 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 we are old age pensioners. This is a crime against humanity. This takes away any dignity we had. Please, can somebody sort this problem out? The people are crying out, and the money allocated in the budget is not nearly enough. This matter has become a ball being kicked between the national and provincial governments. It affects people of all ages, all races, all social classes, all areas of the district. And this budget is failing them. Let me end my first bite on a positive note. Chairperson, the DA is happy to see the budget provides for the planned filling of 170 vacant posts, as mentioned. The department has sufficient growth to fill all vacant posts and has budgeted for 1.5% pay progression over the MTEF. It is critical that these posts be filled, as the department is currently short-staffed due to the many deaths and resignations and retirements.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Your time is up. The next member from EFF to participate in the debate is Honourable M. Twala. However, we have received the apology that they are not going to be participating in the debate. Therefore, we afford from the ANC for 9 minutes. Honorable M.A. Zulu. Makeba, the platform is yours. Tabezit.
Honorable Chair, members of the Legislature, media present, senior managers, MSc and HOD. Greetings. Honorable Chair, let me begin my debate by congratulating our MSc with the wonderful work that they've done since COVID era, whereby they were on toes each and every day as a department, ensuring that the people receive the better service since it was a lockdown. Mhlawumbe umuntu akakuqondisa MSc ungaziqhubeke ukuthi siyacakeka uma Honorable Mayor ethi you were not visible during the flood in eThekwini. Sizoqonda ukuthi Mr. Mayor wayebuka iTV enye hayi lesa siyibuka thina, whereby we've seen MEC day in day out, and he was supposed to attend the hearings in the department, but he was not here attending the issues of floods in Durban. Mr. Mayor, you will know the truth next time, and we should speak the truth. Okay. We have seen the disaster teams working tirelessly in ensuring that the people receive the assistance they deserve with the minimum resource the department have. And also we need to congratulate the department for filling the post of DDG, Mr. Katete, who is currently serving within the department, who will ensure that municipalities are governed correctly. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Legislature, I will be focusing mainly to the human resource matters and vacancies within the Department of COGTA. Of course, there are 4 areas of good governance which enhances good governance within the department. It is the skill development, performance management, and some of the disciplinary processes. The department has prioritized a rollout of skill development in line with the Skill Development Act and National Development Plan, thus creating capable public service through National School Governance (NSG). And this program is online in assisting the senior managers and the staff of COGTA and other municipalities currently. This rollout plan also will have a major role in enabling the department to assist the municipality in fulfilling their mandate of creating a developmental local government through district development model, DDM. We are aware of also the Provincial Human Resource Strategy, Chair, which also assists in informing policies of the departments and municipalities. COGTA is always on par with that one. This will also assist, furthermore, let me applaud the MEC for lifting the moratorium of the recruitment of the CDWs, which are community development workers within the province. This will not only assist in alleviating the poverty in these communities, but it will also assist our councillors in ensuring that they deliver correctly in their wards. The absorption of the contractual employees who have served the department within the department for 7 years, as the MEC has just mentioned, is a milestone indeed. And processes that were due were followed correctly by human resource. On the same note, the availability of expanded public works program budget, which was 1,993 million, And we are also aware that the department also has further will access also 5.9 million to make sure that the same program of EPWP is entrenched. COGTA also has took a very proactive stance of recruiting people living with disability in various parts of the sub-directorate within the department. This has also provided them, the department has also provided them with the tools of trade. I know of the lady, Miss Manana, who has just obtained a master's degree in COGTA, is one of the disabled workers within the department, and has also been given all the tools of trade. Honorable Chair, also let me thank the department for extending the youth program of internship that were distributed to various municipalities. We know, and it's a conduct MEC ukuthi we extended because of the COVID challenges, and abantwana abakwazi ukuthola the best experience ababeyidinga kulawo masipala abadeploye khona. And it must be known that it's more than 500 youth that are deployed or distributed masipala through internship. The issue of vacant posts within the department cannot be overemphasized, especially now that we are entrusted with the implementation of the district development model. This will also improve the capacity of municipalities to better proactively plan and address the issues within their municipalities. This is an indication that funds are also more required to ensure that more posts are filled within the department. We also note that there was a decrease of 41.169 million in 2021-22 adjusted appropriation budget, but this was due to the non-filling of vacant posts, of course, as a result of the lengthy internal processes of the department, as well as the resignation, the deaths, and also the retirements. And we are also pleased that the slight increase of 0.85% from the 2021-2022 main appropriation budget to 2020-22 and 2023. More than 170 posts that will be filled within the current MTEF budget. Let me applaud also the MEC for COGTA and his team for the post aiming to upscale the disaster personally in their capacity from the post that we have seen. The post of project officers, of course, we have seen them, and we hope that it will assist a lot in ensuring that the department responds to the community needs. Chairperson, in conclusion, we'll request the department also to look to this issue of the new tendencies of municipality currently, of secondment of municipality managers by certain municipalities. This will have a negative effect, of course. Konuyabona ukuthi ontaba kayikhonjwa bethuka nje sebewinile ngo-local government elections ukuthi awu sesiwinile sesingadeploya ke yabona ke
You are protected, Makebe. You are on the platform, and I don't see anything.
Wathinteka Lungile Mthimane. Chairperson, on the execution of our side, as the committee, we also identify some concerns in areas that requires, of course, improvement within the department to ensure that there is a fair disciplinary processes taking place within COGTA. We have engaged with the department to those issues, and we are confident that the MEC and the senior management will address those concerns that were raised during the oversight meeting. As ANC, of course, we are fully supporting the budget that has been presented by the MEC for COGTA, Hlomuga. We thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Makeba. The next member to participate in the debate from the NFP for 3 minutes, Honorable CM Shinga, Ndelo Mkhulu. The platform is yours. Ingane kakhulu njalo abahlonishwa lendlu ngizama ukuthi sibe sizama ukuthi maintain nje decorum. Manje ngibe ngibona ngathi semhoweni so ake sibambeni nje into yakhona ithi kubambeka kahle ukuze singalimali nemedia ikhethe into ezwrong ngathi. Behave nicely. The rules allows us that we can just talk briefly in a decent way. Hey boy. Proceed, Honorable.
I'm actually starting, Honorable Chair. We are pleased, Honorable members and all the guests. We are pleased to see the support provided by the department for the establishment of 11 district development hubs within 10 districts and eThekwini Metro to ensure that they are operational. However, the hubs were not operational as expected by the end of the third quarter of 2020-2021 due to the shift of hours placed on local government elections that were held on November 1. The same challenge affected the support provided by the department to 44 technical clusters. We call on the department to give us the feedback on the condition and functionality of the affected boreholes and the turnaround strategy to fast track the establishment of these affected hubs. On the Traditional Council elections, Honorable Chair, the department paid 47 million to IEC in 2019-2020 in respect of the TC elections, which were expected to take place in February 2020, but were later postponed due to issues with Amakosi. With Amakosi, the elections did not take place. These challenges costed the department millions of rands. The full amount of 47 million was not fully recovered. The IEC only repaid 27.364 million because the IEC had already incurred administration costs. Honorable Chair, we are seriously concerned about the overspending of funds in Program 1 in respect of goods and services due to higher than anticipated costs. These include high legal fees. Legal fees costs for minor cases can be avoided by resolving disputes internally with the use of an internal mediator. These costs can take up a huge amount of the allocated budget for this program. Honorable Chair, we appeal to the department to address these challenges: water quality of head pump boreholes, low yield boreholes, and vandalism of boreholes. Fast track the municipal finance management to all the remaining 12 municipalities to reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Fast track the boreholes project, including the signing transfer letters by accounting officer and municipal manager. Give feedback on the 9 municipalities that were placed under administration, and fast track the support given to the remaining 77 traditional councils to perform their function. Sesiphetha sihlalo, siyabonga kakhulu ngomsebenzi esiubonayo ngalawo mazwi i-National Freedom Party izosupporta umsebenzi we-department. Siyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga. The next member from MF for 3 minutes again, Honorable Takur Rajpans. I'm sure she'll be joining us through virtual platforms.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, it is important to appreciate Honorable MEC Shamuka as one of those responsive MECs with action whenever called upon. Given this comprehensive report and recurrent local disasters, the following are observable after much fighting: improved communication to residents, more coordinated disaster response. What remains lacking are strengthened governance structures like ratepayers organizations, fast tracking of slum clearance. Burning issues remain: water and electricity, prolonged outages bordering on human rights violations. What must be stopped is rubber bulleting of protesters, in a discriminatory manner for basic human needs, demolishing structures considered illegal without exhausting all legal means to negotiate these matters, hurting religious sentiments by intending to bulldoze a heritage temple site between Pemilton and Shannon Drive in Reservoir Hills. Honourable members, assurance has been given by officials that transit camps are temporary. Honourable MEC, can this Honourable House have a report on deadlines to clear the growing numbers of transit camps in eThekwini? The MF welcomes the improved audit outcomes by a few municipalities. This shows that we do have the political will to ensure service delivery. Other municipalities need to understand the extreme frustration of the ratepayers and start meeting deadlines to complete roadworks, revitalize city centres like eThekwini and towns like Escort, cover potholes, cut grass, remove rubble and litter. A dam that needs inclusion in the accelerated water program must be Hazelmere. I visited the area this weekend and residents stated that the sluice gates were opened, which flooded homes, schools and businesses with sludge. Sediment had reached window levels. The 100-meter safety flood line for buildings and structures must be strictly implemented. Honourable MEC, local government must show a separate line item for dredging. We must be serious on canalisation. Dredging experts have to be employed. As areas dry up, litter that is thrown out by rivers decorate the banks. We must get all these banks clean. The plastic litter must not suffocate our river systems. We need to claim this from National Treasury as a river cleanup after, as a project post the floods. Housing must be done by human settlements, as local government has to focus on identifying land and infrastructure development. Finally, Honourable MEC, please initiate setting up a comprehensive disaster management unit in all municipalities to respond to climate change, illegal immigrants, terrorism, civil strife, and other unforeseen happenings. Always remember that citizens expect government to keep them safe.
So much,
Minority Fund supports the 1.8 billion
we had
budget.
sufficient mercy on you. Thank you so much for your debate.
Thank you.
Please, let's not dim any member's light. She had a specific chance to shine. No, thank you so much, Honourable Member. On a lighter note, Honourable Emmy Pagati from ATM for 3 minutes. We also received his apology. We therefore proceed. ANC for 11 minutes, Honourable M. Cavender. I think she's also joining us through virtual platforms. The platform is yours.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and I must apologise for not being there physically, but there's a family member who is not well. Honourable Chairperson, we meet in Africa Month, when indeed Africans are faced with a multiplicity of issues. Foremost amongst these is the COVID pandemic that has swept through the continent, wreaking havoc and causing severe damage to the economy of countries. However, we are a resilient continent and we shall rise. In South Africa, we have had to contend with the worst natural disaster in our history. Many colleagues have spoken at length about the floods and its impact on the province and her people. So I will not go into those details. Safe to say that here again, we can appreciate the resilience of our people, their sharing, their giving and helping. And of course, we must commend our government for the invaluable role it has played in supporting the citizens of this province. Whilst we have heard various comments from members of the opposition, it must be said that in many of the areas, councillors and members of the opposition have been missing in action, whilst you've had government, NGOs, and others who have been playing a leading role in supporting citizens. So this kind of spirit of our communities in South Africa is something that we must all appreciate and never take for granted. So let me also quote these words from Living Darfur by Matafix. And I quote, "See the nation through the people's eyes. See tears that flow like rivers from the skies. Where it seems there are only borderlines, where others turn and sigh, you shall rise." Unquote. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, we shall rise. Honorable Chairperson, my task today is to focus on audit outcomes, municipal revenue, and the spending of the COGTA budget. COGTA, as has been reported by the Honorable MEC, receives 1.818040 billion in the 22-23 financial year. Although the department's budget has been steadily growing, it has historically been guilty of underspending its expenditure. In 2018-19, it underspent by 160.580 million. In 1920, it underspent, although there was an improvement, it underspent by 24.651 million, and whilst also underspending on rollovers from the previous year. In the 21-22, when we met with them, they were projecting a vast improvement of a minimal under expenditure of 56,000 for 21-22. So in the previous financial year, the underspending was on programs 1 and 2 and marginally on program 3, program 4. Program 3, which is a very, very important program for the department, was not underspent. In fact, Honorable Chairperson, funds were diverted to this program, which deals with integrated planning and development in the province. And funding within this program, we are told, will also be used for the COGTA project management unit, which will support and provide engineering capacity and water-related interventions at the Ugu District Municipality, the Umkanyakude District Municipality, and Amaju District Municipality. This use of the funds is something that the ANC welcomes, as these municipalities do require the support. Now, Honourable Speaker, as has been previously referred to, COGTA's underspending has been attributable in the main to unfilled vacant posts, and this low spending on compensation of employees has unfortunately resulted in the department's budget being cut to the tune of 1.3 million to 1.48 million over the NTEF. However, we must say and welcome the fact that the department has made provision for sufficient growth over the NTEF to fill all vacant posts, as well as to accommodate the 1.5% pay progression. It plans to fill the bulk of the posts in 22-23, and as the African National Congress, we welcome the department's allocation of 18.068 million to employ 87 people. This will be money well spent, as it will boost capability in the department and help reduce its chronic under expenditure. Honourable Chairperson, there are 66 critical posts that have to be filled in Program 1, 50 posts in Program 2, 44 posts in Program 3, and 10 posts in Program 4. So, in particular, Honourable Chairperson, we want to raise the fact that the critical vacant posts in the finance unit are of particular concern, since this unit is currently functioning at around 50% capacity. So whilst we welcome the department's filling of posts, we urge that this be advertised and done speedily. Also, another welcome move, Honourable Chairperson, is the fact that the department has cut its events budget. In a situation where we have the pandemic and natural disasters befalling us, clearly there are more pressing priorities to be dealt with. And as the ANC, we welcome the cancellation of some projects as well in favour of priority projects. The 2023 MTF allocations cater for the implementation of service delivery projects such as the corridor rehabilitation, corridor development, small town rehabilitation, and the massification programs. The department is actively supporting municipalities in their post-COVID-19 and post-disaster recovery efforts, which are directed at local economies. As part of these interventions, the department has indicated that it will construct trading stalls as a means of providing decent trading facilities for the informal economy in Harding and Bergville. It will establish a Heroes Acre Park to promote social cohesion. It will construct and upgrade the stormwater infrastructure in wards 11, 12, and 13 for the Mzinto stormwater management. It will rehabilitate the Bergville Industrial Park, construct sidewalks in Bulwer Town, construct and install street lights and robots at Edumbe Local Municipality, and construct fire stations for the Ndwedwe local municipality. So, Honorable Chairperson, the department intends doing quite a bit to support local municipalities. Now, Honorable Chairperson, whilst KZN has been ravaged by floods, we must not forget the fact that our province has several water-challenged districts. So we therefore welcome the department's interventions in these districts and the establishment of water rooms. The department has allocated 78.7 million to provide additional technical support to Ugu, Umzinyati, and Umkanyakude from 22-23 onwards for a period of 3 years. And this is going to go a long way towards ensuring an uninterrupted water supply to the local communities. The ANC also commends the department for having commenced implementation of the KZN Provincial Electricity Master Plan, which addresses the ongoing need to support municipalities in their operations and maintenance of dilapidated energy infrastructure. 4 municipalities, namely Jozini, Abakolusi, Msunduzi, and Ndwedwe, are financially supported through this program. So, Honorable Speaker, the allocation of 359.511 million to Program 2 will be utilized well to support and stabilize the local government sphere. The ANC also welcomes the MEC's announcement that COGTA will be conducting another fully fledged assessment of the state of local government in all 54 municipalities in KZN in September 2022. The results of this assessment will enable the department to work with updated, credible information that will also inform its municipal support program. And, Honorable Chairperson, as we all know, updated, credible information is most important. Given the dire state of some municipalities in the province, the additional funds allocated for strengthening support interventions in municipalities that have been placed under administration is a good move. Municipal support and intervention plans involving professional experts, including technical, financial, and governance champions, are currently being implemented. Honorable Speaker, the underspending of infrastructure grant funding by municipalities has long been a source of concern, particularly as unspent funds are taken away from the province and municipal grants are subsequently slashed. As part of the turnaround strategy, COGTA has established this dedicated project management unit, which is working closely with municipalities to speed up project implementation and strengthen planning systems for infrastructure projects. Honorable Chairperson, COVID-19 has had a negative impact on revenue collection in municipalities, with many municipalities being in financial distress due in part to poor or no revenue collection. And as we know from the municipal reports tabled by the MEC in the legislature, many municipalities are cash-strapped and rely almost exclusively on grants from national government. Most are also heavily in debt. So municipalities do need to be supported and skilled to become sustainable and to increase their income through improved revenue collection strategies and improved billing systems. Therefore, the department's municipal revenue and debt management sub-program that was piloted in the 2021 financial year and which is aimed at assisting municipalities to improve the accuracy and completeness of their billing systems is indeed a step in the right direction. The targeted approach to revenue collection in municipalities has already managed to reduce both consumer and government debt whilst enhancing revenue collection. Honorable Speaker, we as the African National Congress also wish to commend COGTA on its second consecutive clean audit report, as well as the traditional levies and trust account also having attained a clean audit report. We say well done to the Honorable MEC and his team, led by the able HOD, Mr. Tubani. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so
Honorable
much.
Chairperson, the ANC supports this budget. Thank you.
We must acknowledge as well that your security is tight at home, so we are comfortable, and a speedy recovery to those who are not okay. No, thank you so much, honorable members. The next member to participate in the debate from SADP, Honorable S.E. Mangele, for 3 minutes. We are also told we have received his apology. Therefore, we'll proceed to DA for 4 minutes. Honorable Elemeya, you can come and finish your debate. Remember. You are protected, Honorable Mayor.
No, I was impressed by the language. Thank you, David. Thank you, Chair. I accidentally forgot in my first bite to congratulate the MEC on what I heard might be his last budget speech in this House. I know Congress season for the ANC is rough, so changes happen. And talking about losing, it is a bit concerning how COGTA has a track record of losing court cases. The judgment of the Zululand municipality versus COGTA is an example. The department spent millions on investigators and then had this been set aside by the court. It can't help but wonder if the department now budgets to lose cases. The MEC refers in his speech to ward committees and gives a glowing report on the establishment of ward committees and gives a stat of 98% of ward committees have been established. The MEC has an interesting view of the word established. At eThekwini, with its 111 wards, the ward committees have been elected, but not yet inducted and are not functional. The MEC also fails to mention what a mess the ward committee elections were. Chair, I would be failing in my duty if I did not come back to speaking about Msunduzi. They call this the city of choice. Well, it seems many people are choosing to rather move to Mgeni. And on that point, let me say that we would fight any move to try and swallow up Mgeni municipality into a metro of Msunduzi. The ANC tried to reverse the voters' choice like this before in Midval and failed and will fail again. The MEC tells us how things are improving in Msunduzi. Well, tell that to the residents who have been without water and electricity over Christmas. Tell that to the residents where electricity outages are part of their daily lives. The DA welcomes the MEC's announcement that they will invoke item 3 of the Code of Conduct for councillors. It's about time that row councillors be brought to book. I hope this action will also be taken against councillors that basically hijacked water tankers after the floods. I couldn't help but wonder who was in charge of disaster response, the MEC of COGTA or the RET faction that won the eThekwini Regional ANC Congress. The DA also welcomes the alternative sources for electricity generation that is part of the master plan. KZN is the province that is suffering the most under global climate change. And looking at alternative clean sources of energy is vital. So well done to the MEC and COGTA in including this. I see the MEC also raises the smart city again, which is going to be created in Ugu and Harry Gwala. It is going to have to be a very smart city that runs without water. We also welcome that there is focus on the murders of the Amakosi and Induna. And it is important that we include the murders of councillors in our province in this. KZN needs to move past the cycle of political violence, and the DA once again renews its call that the recommendations of the Murani report be implemented. The reality is, being the MEC of COGTA is hard, because it is the one portfolio whose performance is rated by voters halfway through a term. And if we look at what voters have said to the ANC municipalities in KZN in November, then the MEC did not get a passing grade. Even in their great stronghold of eThekwini, they had to go into a desperate coalition with small parties to stay in government. But at least the Metro now has a deputy mayor that works. The people of KZN deserves better. The towns of KZN deserves better. So let's stop talking service delivery and let's start delivering. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The next member to partake from IFP for 5 minutes, Honorable OB Kunene. Sikhumbule, Honorable members, ukuthi singaphakathi endlini protected. Let us maintain the decorum. Let us just ensure that there are people watching through virtual platforms that take our work very serious. We can talk on side matters like RT, but remember there is a decorum to be maintained. Honorable Mtimande, the platform is yours.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, the IFP wishes to know from you whether it is true, whether it is true that this department has employed an official as a director SCM who's attending a court case in the Eastern Cape province. This employee of COGTA is among those who were implicated in corruption which took place in the Eastern Cape province during the funeral of the late President Mandela. Local economic development. The IFP wishes to encourage the department that as it conducts its oversight of municipalities within this province, that it ensures that municipalities do embark upon local development programs in order to grow local economies, which will in turn yield positive results through making dent to the unemployment challenges our country is facing, and also enable residents of municipalities within our province to be able to pay for municipal services that these municipalities render. It is pleasing to note that the Honorable MEC alluded to this matter. Back to Basics program. The Honorable MEC, this department must ensure that the Back to Basics program is implemented in all municipalities within our province. Residents of many municipalities continue to complain about potholes, poor water supply, unreliable water supply in many rural parts of our province. Continued interruptions of electricity supply, refuse not being removed, light poles not working in many urban towns, dam sites being in an unpalatable state. These are the basic local government services delivery imperatives which must be perfected in all municipalities within our province so that we can look what can be done beyond these functions after the basic ones are delivered by all municipalities within our province without fail. Honorable MC, we applaud the fact that you alluded to the assassination of former Izinduna and councillors in this case, because this matter is a matter of serious concern to all of us. But it is not encouraging, though, that when 43 cases have been opened in 2012 and only 25 people arrested, we don't know how many convictions, because you can arrest and be acquitted. But it is important to know how many convictions have occurred since the cases were opened. We support the call by the Honorable MEC that communities must assist the police with information in order to apprehend those people who are doing wrong. In audits, the IFP expresses the wish that there will come a time in our province where it will be a norm for all structures of government, the national, provincial, and local spheres, to utilize the financial resources they are entrusted with prudently. We express a concern that the Operation Cleanup Audit campaign was talked about in the past years, but it has not yielded the desired results. We appreciate that the Honorable MC said this morning that this department has obtained a clean audit. This must be a matter of course, and we hope that the department will continue obtaining clean audits in years to come. Honorable MC, the IFP is concerned about the performance of ESCOM in areas which are serviced by it. This is outside the load shedding that ESCOM implements from time to time. We don't know how far this matter has been handled by the department since it was raised in the portfolio committee. The unreliable electricity supply has a negative impact on service delivery, as we all know. We will continue, Honorable Chairperson, to exercise the oversight role over the department together with other parties represented in this House in order to ensure that the aspirations of the citizens of our province get the services that they deserve. The IFP supports the budget. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mtimande, for those words. The last member to partake in sweeping the debate from the ANC for 13 minutes is Honorable SC Nkosi Dlangamandla. Phazima, the platform is yours. Honorable Tele is the chairperson of this portfolio, so she ought to protect all the members of the portfolio committee. The platform is yours, Dlangamandla.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for allowing us to partake in this debate. and would want to remind this august House that global warming cannot be looked at as a thing that might be with us in the next century. It is now with us. We have to face it head on. We must develop mechanisms to mitigate its negative impacts. The disasters of 2019 and 2020 were a warning to us that the worst was coming. Indeed, in April 2022, came and left a trail of destruction with huge loss of human lives and property. The April floods will go down in history as the one which imposed the most unparalleled loss of lives and huge destruction to infrastructure and properties such as roads, bridges, schools, homes, and cut off the necessities such as water and electricity. Indeed, President Ramaphosa was correct to describe them as a catastrophe. Honorable Chairperson, this is not the time to fold our arms and despair, but to work hard to find the way forward on how we will minimize damages and loss of lives. The first thing to do is to ensure legislative compliance in district and local municipalities, including the Metro, of course, with regard to disaster management, fire and rescue services. Disaster management is listed in Schedule 4A of the Constitution as a concurrent competence of national and provincial legislative authority. Section 29 of the Disaster Management Act number 57 of 2002 calls for the establishment of the provincial disaster management centers. KZN, to those who don't live here, is having a fully functional center at Mkondeni in Pietermaritzburg. The objective of the center is to promote integrated and coordinated system of disaster management in the whole province. The Act puts emphasis on prevention and mitigation of disasters. Honorable Chairperson, Schedule 4, Part B of the Constitution states clearly that fire and rescue services are the function of local government working concurrently with the other two spheres of government. Act number 99 of 1987 states that the provincial disaster management centers are responsible for administration of fire brigade services in the province. Province must therefore provide support to municipalities to establish the fire and rescue services. Before continuing with my debate, I think we would need to raise the following points. One of these points is that politicizing the April 2022 floods for cheap political point scoring is regrettable. We want those who don't live in our province to know that more than 400 people perished through these floods, and over 60 of our people are still missing. And want to indicate to Honorable Mayor that MECs and the Premier and the whole cabinet, as well as the President and ministers, were all over rendering assistance. We don't know whether he expects the COGTA MEC to report his whereabouts on daily basis to him. I think he has to be granted. Ourselves were linking up with him. We could not even finish our engagements with him because we wanted to find some ways of rendering support. But he was cut off because he was driving in the most dangerous areas. He would come back in the evening to us, returning our calls. Because this honorable member does not live in KwaZulu-Natal, the water tanker matter was resolved between the Premier and the association of that community where he lives. That's why a joint statement was given by both sides. What I would need to do is to get his email address and then send him that statement as was released by both parties. Then it is very sad because this honorable member does not live in our province to indicate that eThekwini did not do anything to resolve. We are residents of eThekwini. We want you to understand that in almost all communities of eThekwini, water supply and electricity were cut off. We lived for not less than 5 days personally, living in Pinetown without both of those necessities. And I couldn't go and see my family at B section in Umlazi because the bridge was washed away. What is important for you to understand is that eThekwini rebuilt that bridge within a week. These are the things, because you don't live with us, you don't know. No failure for him to recognize the positive changes that are taking place in Msunduzi indicates that he comes, he flies in here to debate and then go away. To my honorable member that I respect so much, Mtimande, would want to give you assurance that the issue of TC secretaries has been responded to several times by the department. You yourself raised it 3 times, including the engagement between your portfolio committee and the finance portfolio committee. The finance portfolio committee assured you that the matter would be raised with the National Treasury on the 20th of April, 2022. Indeed, it was. And the National Treasury promised to investigate the matter because are the issues of budget. So I wanted to leave it there. So, honorable members, as we have indicated that disaster management centers are all over our province. 8 municipalities, including our metro, are having the fully functional disaster management centers. Why that is because they are doing it in line with Section 43 of the Disaster Management Act number 16 of 2015. COGTA, the very same COGTA is leading. In the 4th and the 5th Parliament, targeted the building, the construction of such, and then that's why they are there in place. So would want also to indicate that the previous COGTA Portfolio Committee, the newly appointed chairperson of COGTA, visited some of them, including the one in my own constituency, Umkanyagude, based in Hluhluwe, Little Town, where I come from. So as I've indicated, 8 of them are functional. If there are challenges of functionality, they might be related to the failure of the municipality to do what is necessary. What is necessary? COGTA gave them the grant to construct them. Then the question of maintenance and other things was left to them as their responsibility. So this is what we want people to know about this working KwaZulu-Natal COGTA department. Honorable Chairperson, having mentioned 8, I want you that my research led me to something very scary. I spent the whole weekend researching around the functionality of the so-called district disaster management centers. I want to declare here, based on information, that still now, the notorious Zululand district still does not have the disaster management center. The question is, where do they operate? Information told me that they operate from the Ulundi airport. That's what the information told me. But over and above that, there is a very important structure that you need to know, which is the District Coordinating Forum. This district, up to the time I researched by Sunday, before writing out my speech yesterday, that forum is not there. It's a very important forum in terms of the law. Then we want to talk about Umzinyati Center. This center too remains incomplete. I hope I'll be contradicted by the department, because I based my research out of the skills when I was doing my senior degree. I was very fortunate to do the research during my first senior degree. It was indicated as such, and it has got some challenges, honorable members, in relation to the fire stations, personnel, equipment, and vehicles. That's what my research led me to. Then I conclude by Amajuba. Amajuba only built the first phase. What is the problem about Amajuba is that the 11.5 million, which is the very same COGTA released to them, was not spent in full in phase 1. I am told that there is a hullabaloo around the question of the return of 1.7 million rand, which Durban is demanding. But having said all that, Honorable Chairperson, we want to declare that we support the budget unconditionally as a movement of our people.
Right on time, Honorable Nkosi. Thank you so much. That was the last member to participate in this progressive debate of COGTA. For 11, the next member to participate is the MEC himself, who has 15 minutes to respond. Honorable MEC. Yeah, one is capable of chairing in this platform nicely and need no further assistance. We are in charge. Nicely so. Honorable MEC, you have 15 minutes of your time.
No, thank you again, Chair. Let's start by appreciating all the inputs made in this August House. We have noted all the inputs, be it positive or negative, because it is important that we accept people's views and we learn from that, and we're able to incorporate those views that we think is going to ensure that we fast track the service delivery to our people as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, led by the Premier Zigalala. I think maybe building from the last point raised by Honorable Nkosi, who tried to respond on the comments or questions raised by the honorable members on the issue of district disaster centers. The Honorable Nkosi is correct to say only 2 districts that have not completed their disaster management center, which is Umzinyathi. If you go to Umzinyathi Titandi, you will see the building there incomplete and was still waiting for a report because ngathi imali iyadleka lapha emhlonishwa emtimand manje angithi masuthi sesibabaphuzo sesuye court sokuthi senze into wrong
Manenza wrong phela wasn't phethe icala mhlonishwa.
oh siyabonga but that's why sisho ukuthi that's why in our commitments we're still going to ensure that that center is completed because we have an interest of our people in KwaZulu-Natal. Irrespective, they will have parallel process while we investigate, but we complete the center so that people of Umzinyathi and people of Amajuba bakwazi ukuthi babe secured babe ne center qhubeke phambili. Let me respond on the issue of intervention. Or masipala laba under section 139 1B. Honorable Mayor and Honorable Temande. I'm not sure if Honorable Mayor is saying there is no progress in municipalities that are under section 139 or in municipalities as a whole. That means you are disagreeing with Auditor General. Because in terms of the outcome from the Auditor General, it tells us that there is a progress, there is an improvement. That's why we indicated that there is no regress, but there's only a progress. That shows that there is something that the government as a whole, because as the COGTA, we are working with all sector departments to ensure that a provincial government led by the Prima assists the municipality, but it's not only COGTA that assists municipalities. That's why the Constitution of Republic, Section 154 says a provincial and a national government, so that he will understand the wrong things that they are doing. And he knows, because now if you are a chair of SALGA, the positions does not allow you to play politics. You need to stick to the rules. I think those are the decisions that we've agreed with the chair of SALGA. The matter of Zululand or the court order from Zululand, sometimes you ask yourself, but how come a judge can take a decision? Look, the judge is saying, when you do section, that's why maybe I'm saying maybe the judge failed to understand Systems Act. Yeah, but at least I'm not a judge, but at least I understand the process. But at least I understand the process. That's why I was explaining the process of calling the meeting.
Did it better than the judge?
No. MSC, you are protected. Or Demande, you had a fair chance, and you understand the rules of this house, even the convention. Please don't break them. Let us afford the MSC. Let us afford an MSC to articulate what he knows best, COGTA. And without,
in terms of Section 106 of the Systems Act, that's what we're using. We're using what is written in the Systems Act, that an MEC for COGTA have powers to investigate. Now, you know the process of investigating. Now, the judge is saying, if you investigate, use KZN Commissions Act. You know what does that mean? It means if the department want to investigate a municipality, you must call them like in a commission. You do it as a public. Now, the question will be, why it must be only a COGTA not following the investigation process? Because SIU, they investigate, they don't do the commission. Hawks, they investigate, they don't do the commission, they don't follow the commission act. From where we are seated, because that's why we're challenging, we're going to challenge the decision. Remember, that's why there's a process to appeal. And sometimes we'll find that the decision of the judge will be overturned by another judge. That means it happened that the judge might be wrong on his or her analysis or whatever tools that applied. I think most of the issues, but colleagues, I think the issue of TC secretaries. Look, TC secretaries, they are not employed by government. I think that's the first thing. They are not employed by the government. They are employed by Amakosi. When we had a meeting with them, we said, look, we don't have a problem. We have already costed, and it will need a provincial government 53 million annually. And we've engaged National Treasurer to say, look, we want to recruit these TC secretaries, but when we recruit them, we are going to have an open process, open recruitment process. You know why we're saying that? Some of these TC secretaries, they don't qualify. We have told them if they have agreed, and we have even engaged with the Amako to say, I remember when we had the meeting at Zululand, where all Amakos, they were there. I said, you might fight for TC secretaries to be getting more than what they are getting. When we recruit them, rest assured, some of them, they won't come back. And don't invite us to do that. And they said, no, let's close this matter. We'll see it at the other time. Because they know that some of the TC, not all of them, some of them really, they are secretaries, but they can't even type. And as we speak, as we appreciate that we have received clean audit, they have taken a decision to say they are not going to give us the cash book or cash receipt, and that might affect our audit process. But there's a way that we are dealing with it, because we want to ensure that we account for any cent and we're able to receive a clean audit. We are not going to celebrate like Mzinyati Mayor, who celebrated to receive qualified audit outcome, because we understand what does that mean to receive a qualified audit outcome. But we're going to make sure that we account for all sense as approval where is this house. I think the issue of killing of Amakosi, we have noted it. We are going to, in the portfolio committee, give details about the bank process. But I thought we must give a high level report rather than go in details because of sensitivity matters. Honorable Mayor,
as you summarize, Honorable MEC.
I'm not sure, good thing. Look, we are coordinating disaster management. From the inception of disaster, we've been meeting every day. That's why yesterday we were able to submit a detailed a costed report to National, and we're meeting with National to ensure that they're able to give us a relevant grant if they are going to give us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We also want to thank you profusely for the role that you have played, how you conducted yourself and each presentation. I think it has been productive. We are going to break till 1 o'clock. We come back for vote 9. We also hope that as the chairperson, we were objective enough. We're not partaking in the debate. I hope we're not nodding. I hope we're not laughing, because the chairperson must preside and be objective. So I think from time to time I would have smiled because I'm not even wearing a mask. So you would have seen that it was just that, because I'm a mere mortal as well. But that's on a lighter note, honorable members. Let us meet at 1 o'clock. Then we are done. Thank you so much, honorable MEC COGTA, with your collective for the job. You must also join us for lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh.
The chambers. Ngizohlala elandela kanje. 9 community safety. Thank you. In terms of the rules, honorable members, the budget debate is conducted through the hybrid means, and the normal standing rules of the legislature will apply to the debate. As for connectivity, before we proceed to the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker, which relates to connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate in a debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has a problem with connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as not to delay the proceedings. If the member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible and allow the affected member to deliver his or her speech with the proviso that the member reconnects to the sitting prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we request that the member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech into the record should the need arise. The presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of a member who is unable to deliver his or her own speech. If all interventions fail and the member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, the speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, honorable members, if a member has connectivity problems, the presiding officer will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. We trust that this is in order. Lastly, members who are not actively part of the debate are reminded to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras at all times. Also, members are requested to take all reasonable measures to reduce any background noises that may interfere with the broadcasting of the proceedings. Honorable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report 2022 and 23 of the Portfolio Committee on Transport has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will now proceed with vote 9. I'm sorry, with community safety and liaison. I'm now proceeding with the report. I'm now proceeding with the debate. In terms of the minutes allocated to the entire debate, it's going to be 135 minutes. We're going to have a report by the MSA for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison on Community Safety and Liaison budget for 45 minutes. Thereafter, we'll get a 10 minutes report by the chair of Community Safety and Liaison, after which 60 minutes is going to be given to the debate vote 9. Then the response by the MSC thereafter. I'd like to call upon the Honorable MSC to come to the fore and give us a report on Community Safety and Liaison budget. Honorable Pinko Nyeni, you are given 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me acknowledge the presence of all members in this House, starting with Honorable Mthethwa, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and all members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Acting Head of Department, Mr. Goniwe, and also the Provincial Commissioner of South African Police Service, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and Mr. Tamim Shlomi, who is the senior manager in the department responsible for corporate services. There are other managers who are located in one of the rooms. Let me also acknowledge the participation in this budget debate of all other members who are virtually connected, and also our stakeholders who are here with us, Mr. Matenjwa, and other stakeholders who are here. Madam Speaker, and other members, I rise before this House to present the Vote 9 budget policy speech for the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. Our budget allocation during this current financial year of 2022-2023 is 236,867,000 rands. This policy speech is very essential if we are to turn the tide against the high levels of crime in our society. We are presenting this speech under the theme, Galvanizing Community Participation Towards a Crime-Free Province. This theme is an important call to all the people of KwaZulu-Natal to rise and take a stand against crime. It is also informed by our firm belief that only when we are united as a people, we can make a meaningful dent in ending crime and other societal menace. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, today is a very significant day in the history of our country as it marks exactly 28 years since our first democratically elected president, Dr. Nelson Mandela, took office. Madiba was inaugurated on the 10th of May, 1994. The pledge Madiba made on this day of serving people guided by the supremacy of the law is the same commitment we are making in this House today. The project of building a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa is well underway, and despite challenges, it is progressing very well. Honorable Chairperson, in all satisfaction surveys, crime always features as number one concern to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. As the Honorable Premier mentioned in his State of the Province address, crime is one of the 8 priorities of the current administration. Crime prevention is one of the 8 priorities of the current administration. And central to our resolve to addressing the levels of crime in the province are the resolutions we have taken in various makgotla of the Provincial Executive Council, of the African National Congress, manifestos, and the National Development Plan of 2030. Let me also just reflect on the impact of the recent floods in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, it has proven that our province is prone to flooding and natural disasters. Climate change is with us, and we are therefore required to prepare ourselves for its effect and impact. It is deeply disturbing that at least 435 people were confirmed to have passed on during this distressing period. This number could even change, as we know that more than 40 people are yet to be found. The JCPS cluster was also deeply affected by these floods. We lost our officers as well, and some sustained injuries. Sergeant Busisiwe Mjahe from the Pietermaritzburg Search and Rescue Police Diving Unit perished when trying to save 3 floods victims in Henley Dam. Kenine Lee also perished trying to save Sergeant Mjahe, and Constable Thandazile Stole, who was attached to the Durban Central Police Station, also passed on when her home collapsed on her. And as government, we pay respect to these female officers and many members of the security cluster who died during this period and those who perished in the line of duty. May their departed souls rest in eternal peace. Equally, we had a number of police stations damaged by these floods. A total of 30 police stations were affected by the floods under Ugu, eThekwini Metro, Mgungundlovu, Herikwala, and Amajuba districts. The Department of Community Safety and Liaison is assisting the police in making sure that the Department of Public Works is expediting the work of fixing these damages and ensure that all services are restored. Let us also reflect, honorable members, on the July unrest. Honorable Chairperson, the unfortunate incident of civil unrest, which were experienced in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in July 2021, should never happen again. These scenes reminded us of the disruptions caused by the political violence in the 80s and 90s in the province, where the province was actually burning. The incidents of looting and burning of properties are serious criminal acts, and the law enforcement agencies are still working in and investigating a number of cases which were opened. These incidents are tantamount to economic sabotage, and majority of our people today do not have services such as shopping centers, which were forced to close down after the looting. We are still outraged by the slaughtering of innocent people, mainly Africans, in areas like Phoenix, Chatsworth, Verulam, and Northdale in Pietermaritzburg. In total, the province lost over 230 people. Again, we must commend members of the law enforcement agencies, including the members of the South African Defence Force and private security, who joined hands with other agencies. We are still awaiting with keen interest the outcomes of the Human Rights Commission, and where there are findings that need to be actioned by the province, we will do so without hesitation. We hope this process will also assist in identifying deficiencies within the police service and also give a direction of correcting those. Regarding the budget allocation that we are presenting for the financial year 2022-2023, honorable members, we are saying the Department of Community Safety and Liaison has the following budget allocation for the financial year, for this current financial year. We have only 2 programs. Program 1 is it has to do with administration, and we received an allocation of 107 million rands. And for program 2, we received an allocation of 129 million rand. That one has to do with our oversight function of civilian secretariat for the police. Chairperson, once again, we find it unfair and unjustifiable to the people of KwaZulu-Natal that crime is a #1 concern, but the department that is entrusted with the responsibility of working with the police is among the least funded. And this legislature must also give attention to this matter if we are to play a meaningful role in our oversight mandate and have fully functioning offices at district levels. We must relook at the resources allocated to this department. Regarding our program 1, which has to do with administration, we are saying it does show a fluctuating trend from 2018-2019 to 2020-2021 financial years. And this relates to in-year reprioritization that was undertaken to provide for centralized departmental operational costs under the program for all district offices. The decrease in 2020-2021 relates to the budget cuts to towards the provincial COVID-19 response effected against compensation of employees and goods and services in the special adjustments budget. The department was able to effect these budget cuts due to savings from vacant posts and reduced spending on operational costs because of the national lockdown. The program reflects consistent growth over the 2022-2023 MTEF period, despite the 2021-2022 MTF budget cuts effected with carried through against the COE due to the wage freeze and fiscal consolidation cuts. The program will continue to provide support to head office and departmental district offices and caters for operational and fixed costs such as computer services for COGTA, operating leases for buildings, security and cleaning costs, travel and subsistence, training, development for staff. The MTF also caters for 91 field posts as well as provision for the 1.5% pay progression. Regarding what we envisage to achieve with regards to building the capacity of the department to deliver, Honorable Chairperson, we are saying during the 2021-2022 financial year, we reported that the vacancy rate in the department was sitting at 18%. To date, the vacancy rate has been reduced to 5% as we managed to fill in 34 posts. And these include directors' posts in critical and strategic disciplines such as integrated planning, monitoring and evaluation, risk management, and corporate services. These appointments have helped the department to achieve 50% representation of women in the senior management category. Accessona isikhoqo njengoba kade kunjalo ekuqaleni. Madam Chairperson. We are also saying under the expanded public works program, we will recruit 15 unemployed law graduates and invite law firms and advocates at various districts to allow the graduates to serve their articles or pupillage whilst also participating in the departmental program of court watching brief. Graduate lawyers will be contracted by the department for a period of 2 years with effect from the 1st of July 2022. We will also recruit 10 unemployed graduates with a specialization in research and development and monitoring and evaluation. Graduates will be contracted with the department for a period of 2 years as well. And adverts for these programs have already been distributed, and the closing date is the 13th of May 2022. The department continues to take the safety of the vulnerable groups a priority. As per our 2019 summit on the disabled, the department will, as a special initiative, allocate an amount of 1.5 million rands over a period of 3 years as a special bursary for the 11 disabled persons interested in pursuing their careers in safety, particularly scarce skills within the safety and security sector. And in addition, we will deploy 120 volunteers to victim-friendly facilities who will act as gender-based violence activists to support victims. We have appointed 6 drivers under EPWP program on 24 months contract. They commenced their duties on the 3rd of May 2022, and 5 of them are deployed in districts as per the departmental demarcation, and the 6th one will be based at the head office. Regarding in other words, we are trying to reflect here, honorable members, that as the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, we are also in a process of creating job opportunities for our people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Regarding the progress in the alignment of the department with the district development, honorable members, we wish to indicate that our organizational structure is currently being reviewed with an aim to improve its capacity to deliver on its mandate and strengthen its visibility and impact at a district level in line with the district development model. Final consultations and costing of the reviewed organizational structure will be finalized before the end of this month. And the proposed structure will see a drastic increase in the number of posts from 101 to 575. And the bulk of posts were created to increase the capacity of districts in order to deliver on the mandate of the department, whilst more support-related posts were created in districts to decentralize some of the support functions which are currently centralized at head office. The department has full representation in all 11 districts, and to strengthen partnerships with relevant stakeholders in performing oversight role over the police, the Independent Police Investigation Directorate has been allocated office space in the department's Ugu, Mkanyagude, and King Cetshwayo district offices. And last year, we reported that offices of line function directors are at the head office. We are pleased to report that 60% of line function directors are now in district offices as a means of getting closer to the people. Preparations are underway to ensure that all line function directors relocate to their respective districts before the end of July 2022. And this will assist in ensuring that intervention programs are packaged in order to suit the dynamics of district and communities that they are serving, and they need to be implemented effectively. And partnerships with various local media houses, including community radio stations, are being developed in order to strengthen the marketing of the department and its services at a local level, while spreading awareness messages on crime-related issues applicable to each district. And social media will also be utilized. Regarding our quest on fighting fraud and corruption, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, indeed, last year, the department approved its fraud prevention plan, and policies were also formulated regarding this matter. And this is our commitment to eradicating all possibilities of fraud and corruption within the department. And the department is also taking seriously all investigations and recommendations that were made by the competent agencies of the state. Regarding audit matters, we are pleased to report, honorable members, that the department maintains the unqualified audit opinion with other matters. Of course, everybody would be looking for a clean audit opinion, but we are pleased that we are actually obtaining the unqualified audit opinion. The matters that have been raised by the Auditor General are receiving special attention, and we shall continue to improve the management of our books and sustain this trajectory. The audit improvement plan has been developed and is continuously monitored in order to ensure that matters that were raised by the AG are corrected to improve the audit outcomes. We remain committed in obtaining a clean audit, good governance, and ensuring that we receive value for money as prescribed in the Public Finance Management Act. The matter of the irregular expenditure is also receiving our attention, and we are cooperating with the investigation to make a determination about the use of over 4 million rands. Regarding our program 2, that has to do with Provincial Civilian Secretariat expenditure trend analysis, Honorable Chairperson, the budget for this program was reduced by 28.8 million rands in the special adjustment estimate period against compensation of employees and goods and services in order to provide for the COVID-19 response. We have already mentioned that, and we have already mentioned the issue of the EPWP, honorable members. However, we are saying the 1.5% pay progression, if I may just skip some of the information in order to avoid the repeat. We are saying the 1.5% pay progression is provided for, and critical vacant posts will be filled based on continuous assessment of affordability of carry-through posts. Regarding the crime trends in the province, there are research-based findings, especially when it comes to murder cases. Honorable Chairperson and other members, our series of studies has actually demonstrated the precarity of life in such a fractured society. Young men are drawn into acts of lethal violence merely to entrench their street credibility. This in the absence of any alternative meaningful place and purpose in society. And these studies have also revealed our society's problematic relationship with alcohol and how petty disputes escalate into deadly attacks among the intoxicated. They have laid bare the deadly tendency of many desperate individuals to settle grievances by taking the lives of others, be it in the taxi industry, the illicit drug market, or in factional conflicts in various kinds. Honorable Chairperson, in the third quarter of 2021-2022, murder cases increased drastically with up to 17%. This means an increase of 245 murder cases compared to the same period in the previous financial year. Disturbingly, cases of attempted murder also indicated an increase of 15%, marking an increase of 119 reported cases compared to the previous financial year. Among the interventions recommended have been the addressing of violence at or in any way related to alcohol trading premises and the intensification of awareness work related alcohol harm reduction. And risk factors related to liquor consumption and violence will be widely publicized. Awareness work among women, especially on how to escape cycles of violence, together with ongoing support for women in abusive situations, which may escalate into murder, will also be prioritized. Importantly, the effective and rapid investigation and prosecution of murder and other serious violent crimes continues to receive attention from the relevant role players, and in this regard, efforts to enhance forensic evidence collection as well as witness protection is critical. Honorable Chairperson, we have held a series of consultative sessions with the Provincial South African Police Services top echelon to figure out practical solutions or deterrent to curb the murder rate in our province. Active community involvement by means of providing intelligence information to police remains one of the most effective ways of removing murders from our streets. We urge all communities to play their part and assist law enforcement, especially with active cases of mass murders in Mutu and Umlazi, where a total of 10 people were mercilessly killed in separate incidents. We are continuing to prioritize murder and violent crime in our research endeavors. And to this end, the department is part of an international study on murders in partnership with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Regarding child safety promotion, we're saying, honorable members, the safety of children is a high priority of every society. Our research conducted in this area has demonstrated that while most children grow up in relatively safe and stable environments, there are invariably many children that face risks to their well-being in their daily environments. These risks range from family-level neglect to being criminally victimized in various ways by a range of persons. In South Africa, girls bear the brunt of abuse, neglect, and bullying, while boys are more likely to experience physical violence. These experiences of abuse and victimization have long-lasting effects on the future well-being of these young victims. Our research has highlighted that in the long term, we must seek solutions to provide structural support for children, which include adequate after-school care and also expediting the processes by the criminal justice system that are involving children. In the more immediate term, conscientization and capacitation of parents and caregivers will be included in our awareness work to make this target group aware of how to prevent child victimization. And this will extend to capacitating caregivers in recognizing when abuse may have taken place and being aware of the course of action to take when abuse is detected or suspected. The building of local networks to address matters of interest pertaining to children and to assess the state of child safety will be included in our workshops and capacity building sessions. Regarding the policing needs and priorities, honorable members, we are saying the department has a constitutional mandate to improve the quality of policing and safety provision, and a study on policy needs and prioritization and priorities for KZN, focusing on 5 districts with high prevalence of stock theft, namely Amajuba, uThukela, Zululand, Umgungundlovu, as well as Herigwala, has been conducted. The main purpose of this study is to better inform the deployment of resources, though the human, physical, as well financial resources, and also implementation of the most effective safety strategies. Stock theft is a serious issue in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and it is limiting the province's farmers' ability to prosper. In most rural communities, in both developed and developed countries, agriculture remains the most important economic sector. The unit visited and engaged 5 sub-districts and community structures, which were in Taylor's Holt, Mgungundlovu, Ntsikeni, Kokstad, Nongoma, in Zululand, Bergville, Othukela, Utrecht, Amajuba. These areas were identified as high contributors with regards to stock theft when the crime statistics for the 4th quarter of 2021-2022 were released. And out of 80 SAPS members in the units that were visited, only 10 members are trained on stock theft. This is one policing need that will help in improving the stock theft policing in the province. Therefore, it needs an urgent attention. The proper offices are needed for stock theft unit in Zululand, Utrecht, and refurbishment of Mgungundlovu offices is also a priority. This is one of the policing needs that will improve the morale, and conducive working environment is of utmost importance. Almost all units need motorbikes for patrolling areas that are not accessible by vehicles, as well as mounting unit and air flight to be linked to stock theft unit. The shortage of manpower and vehicles in all 5 sub-districts, stock theft and endangered species units visited is identified as a common challenge. Regarding sector policing model, we're saying, honorable members, the research unit conducted a research project to analyze the sector policing model. The study was undertaken in 11 identified police stations, which is 1 per sub-district in KwaZulu-Natal with a high prevalence of crime. The stations are mentioned there. I won't go through all the list that is reflected there. But we are saying sector policing is a method of policing in smaller manageable geographical areas within a police station. It involves all role players in identifying the policing needs in each sector and addressing the root causes of crime, including the enabling and contributing factors to ensure effective crime prevention, to reduce the levels of crime within communities, and also to improve community safety, as per the White Paper on Safety and Security of 1998. And sector policing involves the assignment of police officers to a specific sector on a full-time basis. These police officers regularly patrol their own sector and have regular contact with the sector community and can identify problems and seek appropriate solutions in conjunction with the sector's community. And sector policing encourages constant and continuous contact with members of the community. The main objective of this study is to gain insight on how the sector policing model influences service delivery and how the program is impacting on linking police to the communities and community leaders. All police stations view sector policing as the best policing model because it links police with communities and stakeholders or other role players in community safety spaces. And station resources are not enough to be shared with sectors, and sector policing needs adequate resources in order for it to work in all areas. Almost all police stations are divided into a manageable sector, but no or few resources are aligned with sectors due to shortage of manpower and also financial resources. Interventions in the top 10 crime leading stations, honorable members were saying, we are deeply concerned with most crimes and stations we are showing signs of being stubborn with regards to addressing some crime categories. Our province always feature amongst those ravaged by serious crime, whenever there is release of quarterly crime statistics. Our government has identified 10 crime leading stations with the view to create and implement a turnaround strategy. We are determined to restore the trust that our people once had on law enforcement, more especially the South African Police Service. To this end, the department has upped the ante in executing its oversight role on police performance. I must say, honorable members, since the arrival of our Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, things are changing now. The tide is turning. I must really confess that the tide is turning. And I must also say, we have now developed a better relationship with South African Police Service. It happened previously, honorable members, that when these managers would visit police stations, the police commanders and district commissioners would even disagree to engage with them. Hence, you can see that we are even trying to brand ourselves as the department. As you can see, Mr. Mhlomi Lapana, Nogo, Gutwa, you need to be presentable in order for you to be taken seriously. We are ensuring that they are becoming presentable. Namapoisa maibabona abon ukuthi nayi civilian secretariat isifikile ukuze bakwazi ukubanikeza information as we are utilizing our monitoring tool. We have developed a monitoring tool as the department. Actually, there are tools that we have developed as the department, including the tool that has to do with domestic violence, gender-based violence, and many other tools that we're actually utilizing. We wish to commend the Provincial Commissioner for supporting the National Commissioner for supporting the Provincial Commissioner in his quest to ensuring that the posts for the district commissioners are filled. We have now appointed district commissioners. Emma Juba, Major General Alexander has been appointed. Utugela, Major General Kumalo, King Etrayo District, Major General Ngubane, Herikwala, Major General Kheli Tole, Mgungundlovu, Major General Madondo, eThekwini, Major General Keswa, and the Deputy Provincial Commissioner who is responsible for support services, Major General Ngobo, has been appointed. So we are very grateful for this support which was received from the National Commissioner. So all districts now have got their district commissioners. Regarding the gender-based violence and femicide, we are saying, honorable members, GBVF is another pandemic we are wrestling with, as it was declared by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, that the GBV and F is another pandemic that we need to deal with. The high density of these crimes is within the top 10 police stations, which are in eThekwini Metro and Umgungundlovu districts. Disturbingly, according to the third quarter report of 2021-2022 financial year, there is still high prevalence of the sexual offenses related crime, despite a steady decline. And during this period, the province recorded 2,481 cases, which marks a decline of 6.7%, which is about 180 cases compared to the previous financial year. Notably is the decrease of rape cases by 4.7%, attempted sexual offenses by 30.5%, and sexual assault by 12.9%, and contact sexual offenses by 19%. The positive gesture, though, is that these crimes are reported to the police. However, for communities to have confidence in the police, we need successful prosecution. And for that, we need convincing evidence, which is why the department started with the program of resuscitating victim-friendly facilities, checking, we are even checking if they are all functional, where victims will feel dignified during the assessment process. Our aim is to see all 184 police stations are having these victim-friendly facilities. However, the priority is given to the top 30 crime-leading police stations, and subsequently all must prioritize the dignity of the victims of crime. We are no longer user-friendly because of the condition. We are aware that some police stations had these facilities, but were no longer user-friendly because of the condition they were in. Then the department intervened to refurbish them. While some districts report that there are no victim-friendly facilities at all, this is a challenge that needs urgent attention as we begin a new financial year. We need to mobilize all sectors of society to partner with government and the police in ending the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable Chairperson, we commend the progress made in addressing cases of political killings in the province. Whilst we continue to witness pockets of killings, mainly of councillors, the reality is that these incidents are going down and not as rife as they were before. We are addressing the issue of political killings here, honorable members. The work of the Interministerial Committee looking into political killings in KwaZulu-Natal province is yielding positive results. Since 2018, the task team has investigated 258 dockets, in which 289 arrests have been made on politically related cases. This is 32 more dockets compared to the last update in June 2021, with a 54% detection rate and 33% court rate and the 83% conviction rate. Investigations of the political killings task team has revealed that the most affected political parties are the African National Congress, Inkatha Freedom Party, and the National Freedom Party. Motives for these crimes are linked to intra-political conflicts, with a few cases linked to various motives, such as taxi violence and other domestic-related issues. It's important to note the significant progress made by the task team, which has secured life sentences for 10 accused. Moreover, 22 accused have sentences ranging from 10 to 50 years handed down to them. 12 accused have been convicted for no more than 10 years, and the remainder are going through the court processes. In addition, 116 case dockets not related to the task team's mandate, but somehow linked to politically related cases, either with similar suspects or ballistic analysis, are being processed by the task team for further investigation. This is an increase of 69 cases compared to the last update in June. The 289 suspects arrested, 72 remain in custody, while 43 are out on bail. 13 of these accused have since died, and charges have been withdrawn against 71 accused, and 31 have been found not guilty. And over and above the allocated and parallel politically related matters, the task team is conducting intelligence-driven operations targeting unlicensed firearms, which has resulted in 172 cases, and over 250 unlicensed firearms have been taken off the streets through police operations. The arrest of hitmen and removal of firearms in the wrong hands is quite encouraging. We continue to encourage political tolerance by individuals and parties, whether before, during, and after the election period and beyond. The last call is for political parties to strengthen mechanisms to diffuse inter- and or intra-tensions and instability that often escalate and lead to political attacks and killings. With regards to the killings of Amakosi and Izinduna, honorable members, we are saying the killing and kidnapping of Amakosi and Izinduna is indeed a concern to all of us. Since 2018 up to date, there are 12 of Amakosi abulewe nezinduna amashumi amathathu nambili. And as part of the interventions to put an end to this scourge, the Provincial Executive Council has now approved the establishment of Community Safety Intervention Unit. This unit will be used as a pilot project in the hotspot areas of the 3 districts in the main, King Cetshwayo, Ugu, and Umgungundlovu. This unit will work with the police in finding solutions on serious matters, including the killing of Amakosi and Izinduna. The unit will be given clear indication in terms of its responsibilities, working within the ambit of the law. And amongst other things, these are the responsibilities of this unit. Conduct a security analysis relating to any incidents, threat, or instability. Again, I wish to emphasize on the fact that they will be working with the security agencies, law enforcement agencies, and also engage with law enforcement to facilitate appropriate deployment and investigation, facilitate threat analysis by the SAPs in respect of targeted individuals, and facilitate the provision of recommended interim static and or personal protection services by private security service providers, conduct an analysis of the underlying causes of and environmental factors related to the incident, threat or instability and formulate an intervention strategy and plan. Engage relevant stakeholders and facilitate, monitor the implementation of the intervention plan, and also review the security situation on an ongoing basis and facilitate remedial or adjusted measures where necessary. The rollout of the workshops on the Memorandum of Understanding with Amakosi, as signed in 2020 November, has taken place. The workshop was a joint operation by both the Department of Safety and Liaison and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Attendance was extended to all security cluster departments, and this also provided a platform where Amakosi were able to engage with the security cluster departments, welcoming the initiative as means of capacitation, and also use the platform to raise their concern with the security cluster as a whole. The department, working with all the security cluster departments, we are working closely with COGTA in coordinating the workshop, the follow-up workshops on issues that were raised. Regarding the Rural Safety Enhancement Program, we're saying, honorable members, a large portion of KwaZulu-Natal is rural or semi-rural. Despite the gains made by the ANC-led government to improve the quality of life in these areas, there are some challenges that our people are still faced with. We acknowledge our shortcomings as the leader of society, and we are making huge strides to improve the standard of living for our people. Crime trends in rural areas are steadily becoming a thorn in our society. According to the crime statistics released in February 2022, stock theft increased by 0.8%. We know this margin might seem insignificant, but the fact that the numbers are growing must and is of great concern to us as government. So the Department of Community Safety and Liaison has gone to great lengths in partnership with police, community safety structures, and other stakeholders to intensify the war against the theft of livestock. We have trained and deployed almost 100 volunteers as means of combating stock theft. They are deployed eHerigwala, Otugela, Emajuba, Mzinyati, Nase Zululand. We have also conducted several anti-stock theft awareness campaigns in almost all our districts. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we have also continued and will continue to work closely with rural safety fora that are housed at local and district municipalities. We're also working closely with traditional leadership to ensure that we strengthen crime fighting operations in rural areas. The Memorandum of Understanding that was signed by the Department of COGTA and the Provincial House of Traditional Leadership will help to bridge the gap in all spheres of government and civil society and bolster our concerted effort of uniting against crime. Already, this bold move is yielding results in many districts. Collaboration and cooperation in the fight against crime has greatly improved, and the future promises to bear more fruit for all of us as we continue to intensify the fight against rampant criminality targeting our people in deep rural areas. We remain steadfastly committed to working with Amakosi, Izinduna, the KwaZulu-Natal Community Crime Prevention Association, in order for us to protect our people and their possessions from criminals who are always ready to pounce. And during this financial year, we pledge to establish village and street committees to augment the number of proactive crimes fighting structures, and we must make it our primary objective to protect our families against thugs and criminals. Of course, we are working with community policing fora, the CPFs, in all localities. We are also deeply concerned by the high number of crimes being committed against the vulnerable, the elderly, women and children in rural areas, especially sexual offenses and the backward practice of ukutwala. This is precisely why we are intensifying programs that are educational and create awareness to those who are victims of such acts of cruelty against them. The sad part, honorable members, is that most of the victims know the perpetrator. And through our district offices, working side by side with law enforcement agencies, AMAKOSI and other stakeholders, Department of Social Development, we are going to roll out awareness campaigns in order to empower and to protect especially young women from falling prey to such vile criminal acts. We want to urge all traditional leadership to adopt a progressive way of thinking and to play a key role in exposing those that are still practicing.
Honorable MSA, how many minutes will you take from your response time?
May I request Honorable Chairperson to allow me to complete my speech in 5 minutes.
Okay, granted.
Thank you. Regarding human trafficking, honorable members, we are saying, according to the Global Organized Crime Index report of 2021 on human trafficking, South Africa scored 4.5 out of 10 in their research. And according to this report, this heinous crime against humanity is mostly prevalent in urban areas such as Cape Town, Johannesburg, and on our own doorstep, eThekwini. It further states that South African trafficking rings exploits girls as young as 10 years old for the purposes of sex trafficking. A non-profit organization, Expose Hope, based in Durban, also reports that human trafficking and sex work are often linked. We must report that since last November, the department, working closely with the Durban Central SAPS and other key stakeholders, convened a workshop to highlight the plight of young women. Esinye isketch esibhekene naso bahlonishwa. Mhlambe mangidlula kancane kwi-court watching brief bese ngeke ngayithinta siyasebenza ukubheka ukuthi mhlambe akukho yini okwamaphutha okwenziwa amaphoyisa okuze kudlulele ekuthini mhlambe ama criminals angaconvictwa sikwenza ke ngeprogram yethu esiyibiza nge-court watching brief. Ngiyafisa futhi nokubalula ukuthi sine program ya communities in dialogue lapho sihlala khona nabantu balalele bese uma kukhona icrime ekade iraisiwe kulo ndawo senze isiqiniseko sokuthi sibaxhumanisa kahle namaphoyisa ne-CPF and other structures. Sine program ye-school and campus safety program ngiyazi ukuthi iseduze kwenhliziyo kaSihlalo, iseduze futhi enhliziyo yama members e-portfolio committee. Ikhona iprogram esoyenza ne-University of Zululand kodwa futhi namanye nawo wonke ama-universities nama TVET colleges esinawo kwi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal nasey'kolweni nje. Then kune program ye-sports against crime. Singenele isivumelwano sokusebenzisana nomnyango wakwa-Sports and Recreation, Arts and Culture lapho sesiqalile khona ukuthi senze ama-programs e-sports against crime. Siyilogwini, saya eLembe, saya eThekwini, uhamba kahle kakhulu ugqugquzela imiphakathi sibese sikwazi-ke ukuxoxisana nabantu sibe sidlala khona lapho. Then sine special schools program ama members azoqonda ukuthi ngesisikhathi abantwana laba abakuma special schools batholakala beziwe ngeindlela behlukunyezwa ngeindlela ezihlukahlukene nakhona lapho futhi siyasebenza siwumnyango sibambisene namaphoyisa ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi siyabavikela. Sengiphetha Honorable Chairperson, ngiyafisa ukubonga kakhulu ukusebenzisana okuhle ku Provincial Commissioner
Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, acting HOD, ne-management yonke yakwa Department of Community Safety and Liaison nabasebenzi nje ngaphandle kwe-management kuphela ngiyafisa ukubalula nje abasebenzi bomnyango basebenza ngokuyimisela. Ngibonge kakhulu i-African National Congress engithumele kulo mnyango, ngifundela ukhulu ukuthi kwenzakalani kule sector. Ngibonge nomndeni wami, ngibonge kakhulu i-support esithola kini malunga esishamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Konke enegrezayo sihlalele phansi sikubuka ukuthi how can we improve. Ngibonge futhi nakoza kwethu abahambe phambili kwami bekade bephathisiwe kulo mnyango. Kakhulukazi ke ngiyabonga koza kwethu esinabo futhi lapha i-Provincial Executive Council abalidwa u-Honorable Sihle Zikalala Premier wethu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthola ithuba. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu. MSC, uselwe amametha mangani? We taken 4 minutes. Fithi salele u-11. Yes, 11. Bena 20. 16. 16. Thank you for correction. 16 minutes. 34. Next will be the chairperson of the Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee for 10 minutes. Honorable N.B. Mthethwa, over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC, Provincial Commissioner, the acting HOD and his team. Honorable Chair, allow me to present this report of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I want to remind this House that the portfolio has a mandate to ensure the fiscal discipline, accountability, and good governance by holding the Department of Community Safety and Liaison accountable. The committee has the powers to interrogate the budget and the APP to ensure the compliance to policies and legislative requirements. Honorable Chair and all members, the purpose of the report is to provide the Portfolio Committee's analysis of the budget allocated to the department for the 2022-2023 financial year. The department presented its finally 2022-23 budget and APP to the committee on the 29th of April 2022. And the comprehensive analysis was done focusing on the overall budget appropriation as well as the budget allocation for the all programs. The budget was assessed to ascertain if it is aligned with the provincial priorities as set out by the department in its 2022-2023 APP. The report provides a summary of the committee's overview on the budget allocation as distributed in its 2 programs and sub-programs. The department's budget is intended to achieve its functions and responsibility related to the strengthened police performance and community crime fighting structures. On the 2022-23 departmental budget and the APP, Chair, the department will receive an increased allocation totally of 236.8 million in 2022-2023 compared to the adjusted 232.4 million in the 2021-2022 year.
The total final budget has increased by overall of 1.9% between the financial years. On program 1, on Chair, this program has an allocation of 107 million, which equals to 7.5 change from the previous year. The program reflects consistent growth over the 2022-2023 year, despite the budget cuts affected against compensation of employees because of the wage freeze. This program will continue to provide support to head officer and the 12 district offices and catered for operation and fixed cost. On program 2, the Provincial Secretariat for Police Services program has a decreased allocation of 129 million compared to the past financial year. This program reflects a decline due to budget cuts affected against this program in respect of compensation of employees because of freezing of salary increase. The 2022-23 budget provides for the various services delivery activities, including crime awareness, campaign interventions such as dealing with issues associated with gender-based violence and drug abuse and victim empowerment, as well as the training of community safe structures as what safe structures. Honorable Chair, the provision is also made for 121 field posts, as well as for filling of 12 vacant posts, which will bring the total post for 133. The department indicated that the reprioritization in budget was mainly undertaken with goods and services in both programs to offset the pressures because of the physical consolidation budget cut. On the departmental target of 2022-2023, the number of awareness campaigns to be conducted in relation to fraud prevention and ethics within the department. Also, the number of work opportunities created through departmental projects, the report compiled on police station monitored per year, the police station monitored for compliance with lockdown regulations. Lastly, the number of community safe forums assessed on functionality per local and district municipalities. The committee has noted some concern, Honorable Chair. One of the concerns was the budget decrease in program 2 on the government budget cut may affect the department ability to fulfill its mandate. The portfolio committee also continued to also raised a concern that the rise of criminal and violent activities such as GBV cases in the province, even during the lockdown period. The portfolio committee also noted a concern on poor infrastructure conditions of numerous police stations across the province. We also raised a concern on poor visibility of SARS officers during the civil unrest and the lack of communication from the SARS head, which led to the citizen losing the confidence in functioning of SARS. We also note the absence of the concrete civil unrest report and the non-unrest of KZN unrest indicators. We also note a concern on the racial violence that occurred during the civil unrest in KZN, especially in Phoenix and Inanda. The length of turnaround times of police vehicles in garage for the minor and major repairs also is a concern, Chair. The continued rise of motor vehicles hijacking and vehicles taken across Amanguza borders of Mkhanyakude is also a great concern, Chair. Today on my way, I was reported that last week, Thursday, abanye babahloli uphucwe imoto yakhe kabuhlungu, izigebengu zingenele ekhaya zikhumule konke nomndeni wakho, benithathe ninqunu behambe nabo behlathini nezimoto. The portfolio committee chair raised a recommendation that the departments must engage with the SAPS leadership to develop a strategy to ensure that the KwaZulu-Natal moves from being the murder capital in South Africa. We also recommend that the department with SAPS, they must come up with a strategy to reduce a crime in places like Inanda and Umlaza. A strategy that will enhance the community participation in fight against the crime in all the above hotspot areas must be urgently developed and implemented. We also recommend that the department must strengthen the capacity of CPFs so that it achieve their intended outcomes. The committee also recommend that the departments must work closely with the municipalities to ensure the establishment and functionality of the community safe structures following the 2020-21 local government election. We also recommend that the department must submit a detailed plan to cap the prevalence of crime and gender-based violence in all institutions of higher learning in the province. The portfolio was visited the University of Zululand. Students are being victimized and killed by the thugs at the University of Zululand. We also note that we also recommend that the departments must be measured in place, must put measures in place to monitor the volunteers in the VSCPP program, and the volunteers should take their duties and responsibilities serious. On voting, on the chair of the budget, the members were voted as follows. Honorable Builder supported the budget. Honorable Ngumalo supported the budget. Honorable Timchali also supported the budget. Honorable Tombela also supported the budget. Honorable Kuala supported the budget. Honorable Banza also supported the budget. Honorable Hussein also supported the budget. Almost the members who were in the meeting supported the budget, with the exception of Honorable Koza, who was always absent, and Honorable Nsimangwe and Mshengu were apologized. In my conclusion, Honorable Chair, the committee noted the commitment made by the department to strengthen its monitoring of police performance.
Unfortunately, your time
by
is
monitoring
up.
151 police stations. The committee intend.
The time is up, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It was my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Next will be from the African National Congress for 10 minutes. Honorable N.N. Sibidla Sapet. You have 10 minutes now.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the August House, a member of the Executive Council, Mama Nkonyeni, guest of the Speaker, and those of the MEC attending the proceedings through various media platforms. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to dedicate my debate to a fearless young woman who tragically passed away while trying to save lives. Honorable Chairperson, the tragic passing of Sergeant Busisiwe Mjahe resulted in a national grief. Many of us came to know her through the tragedy of her passing, but we were inspired by her commitment and dedication to serve and protect the people of South Africa. Brave and fearless, she broke stereotypes by taking on some of the policy's tasks known to be dominated by males. We also pay tribute today, Honorable Chairperson, to the K9 member, Leah, a 9-year-old Belgian Shepherd who had been in service for the past 10 years. Leah perished trying to save Sergeant Mjage's life. What a coincidence, Honorable Chairperson, that they perished while trying to save lives. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe. We want to say to Sergeant Phakathi ukuthi qina ndoda, we feel your pain of losing a friend and a trusted colleague. Sergeant Phakathi was a handler, Kaliwa, honorable members. Kalia. Liwa is my granddaughter, yes. Okubuhlungu MEC is that in one of our committee meetings, the Provincial Commissioner reported that they have not been breeding dogs in the province, and they were not employing any new K9 officers in the province. So the loss of Leah is a big loss to us as a province. We need more Leahs in the service, Honorable MEC, especially in this province where crime rates are very high. And we are told by experts that the disasters of April may visit again the province. So we really need more Leahs in the service. Honorable members, these females died in the service of the country, and we are proud of them. They deserve to be honored by the nation. Honorable Chairperson, Sergeant Mjage represented a growing number of pioneering heroines in the specialized units of the South African Police Service. Members of these units often have to face the most challenging and dangerous situations. These conditions are considered tough by many women who opt for administrative tasks within the service. Hence, tactical police divisions tend to be dominated by male officers. However, Honorable Chairperson, there now seems to be a growing interest among female officers to start serving in these divisions. Whilst a number of female officers are already serving in specialized units such as serious violent crimes, narcotics, environmental crime, and vulnerable groupings, which include family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses, the department, Honorable MEC, need to do more to attract young women to swell the ranks of these units. Young women must be recruited and trained as mounted police, as police boat patrol drivers, and helicopter pilots. This can only be achieved if measures are put in place to ensure that women representation is prioritized in training, development, and on allocation of bursaries, among other initiatives. It should be a matter of serious concern that the passing of Sergeant Mjage, who was the only woman in her unit in Hilton, will take half a decade to develop another female officer to replace her. If we can achieve this, Honorable MEC, we could have paid a fitting tribute to Sergeant Mjage. Honorable Chairperson, we are pleased by the announcement made here today by the Honorable MEC that there is a decrease on the cases of gender-based violence and femicide in the province. However, the numbers are still too high, Honorable MEC. His Excellency President Ramaphosa launched a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide in 2020. This plan is meant to eradicate this pandemic in our society. Honorable MEC, we are concerned as the African National Congress, that this plan has not been adequately resourced, as agreed by all stakeholders involved in the development of this plan. We request you, Honorable MEC, that when you meet at a national level nozakwenu uzame ukubashukumisa ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi baphakamise izinyawo ukuqinisekisa ukuthi this strategic plan is resourced accordingly. We were told when it was developed that we will need about 1.6 billion. Currently, we have far less than that amount. Honorable MEC, uhlelo okhulume ngalo lwe-victim friendly centers, kwinkulumo yakho siyalithokozela kakhulu. Sicela wenze isiqinisekiso sokuthi as you are extending this service kuwona wonke ama-police station, lama VFC anazo zonke izibonelelo ezifana nendawo yokugezela, indawo yokulala kanye nendawo yokudlala abantwana. Ikomiti like lavakashela amanye ama-police stations, as you mentioned in your report, to check on these centers. Sathola ukuthi amaningi wawo awakulungele kumelana nezidingo zama-victims. Honorable MEC, during SAPS functionality monitoring by the legislature, we received reports in Umzinyathi ukuthi amacala amaningi e-assault ikakhulukazi ethinta abantu besifazane withdrawa ezinkantolo, and the prosecutors there, they decline to prosecute. Siyacela ukuthi ukusondele kulolu daba ukwenzela ukuthi siqonde kahle ukuthi ngabe yini inkinga. Sathi masibuzisisa kulaba babemele iSAPS basitshela ukuthi ama-victims amaningi yiwo ahamba ayenkantolo withdraw these cases. We do understand as honorable members that abantu besifazane in our society bakwesiphi isimo, kungenzeka ukuthi bayasatshiswa noma kusetshenziswa i-culture and traditions to solve lama problems. So sizawucela ukuthi njengosihlalo we-cluster i-JCPS uzame ukuthi lolu daba lwasemzinyathi ulibeke ekhulwini lezinhlelo zenu. As part of your 23 planned communities in dialogue program MEC for this financial year, sicela ufake ukubaluleka kokwakhiwa kabusha kwesizwe kanye ne-social cohesion. I-African National Congress yakholelwa ukuthi the dark past esiphuma kuyo yobandlululo inomthelela omkhulu kule violence engaka esibonayo emphakathini yethu. Umama uEllen Khuzwayo kwincwadi yakhe ethi Call Me a Woman ucacisa kahle umthelela obandlululo kusapho lukantu. Nizokhumbula honorable members ukuthi lama parents esingawo namhlanje noma abazali bethu is that generation of children that was denied by the apartheid state the right to receive a mother's tender loving care which would help them grow and mature into worthy citizens. This, according to Mom Ellen Khuzwayo, resulted in many children becoming so deeply hurt and frustrated that in desperation they ended up lawless and work shy. In some cases, they have graduated as hard-boiled criminals, not from choice, but because they were forced by the circumstances. Uma ungakaze uthole uthando kumzali, ngeke ukwazi ukunikezela komunye umuntu. So the cycle of hurt and frustrated children continues, MEC. Okunye sikucelayo, MEC, as part of your interventions in the province, uku-addressa inkinga esibhekene nayo ikakhulukazi kulesi sifundazwe sethu la esibona intsha yethu ingene kakhulu kwizidakamizwa. Sicela ukuthi ke sibe ne-campaign ka-369 days to fight drugs in our communities. Sibophe sibambe zonke lezi zikrelemnqa ezithengisa iziyobisi kubantwana bethu. Honorable Chairperson, umbutho wesizwe ukhongolose uyasamkela isabelo mali somnyango. Sicele ukuthi njengoba ushilo ukuthi kuma political killings kuningi okwenzakalayo niyabopha abantu bayasentenswa kodwa la ngaphandle i-perception ithi ma-political killings akuboshwa. So sicela ni-develop i-strategy so-communicator the successes in this area ukwenzela ukuthi abantu bakithi bazi ukuthi kuyasetshenzwa. Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo.
Thank you so much, Tolo. Then for 5 minutes, afford an opportunity to Honorable MP Kwala from the IFP. Honorable Kwala for 5 minutes from IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MSc, Honorable Members, Head of the Department and staff, as well as the Provincial Commissioner of Police. Before I dive into the business of the day, as the IFP would like to send our heartfelt condolences to the families, colleagues, and the KZN police management following the death of the two officers during the rescue effort after the KwaZulu-Natal floods. We salute them for their dedication to their life-saving work. May their soul rest in peace. Further, we also thank the appointment of the Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi as KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner. As an experienced police officer, we hope that he will bring stability in the police. The current security challenges in KZN, political matters, hostile violence, mass killing, GVP and tax-related crime necessitate the skills and the intervention of an experienced South African Police Service leader. The IFP support the 236.9 million budget allocation for the Department of Community Safety and Liaison for the 2022-23 financial year. However, as the IFP, we feel that the budget of 236.9 million rand is not adequate to meet the demands that this department faces. This budget must be doubled or even tripled as we are talking about keeping the province safe and eradicating crime. Keeping KwaZulu-Natal safe is non-negotiable. It must be taken seriously by increasing the budget allocated to Department of Community Safety. By increasing the budget, this will assist in employing more investigators in order to reduce caseload allocated to each investigator and providing the intelligence unit with necessary resources, which will assist in preventing the killing of Amakos and mass killings. But lack of political will from government in addressing such issues is a cause for concern. The IFP is of firm view that this budget must address all critical challenges facing the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. This is not a budget to be lost through irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. It is for keeping citizens safe. We have also noted that for the 2022-23 financial year, a significant portion of the department budget allocation is directed towards safety promotion activities such as the Community in Dialogue program, mainly in areas where there is instability in the province. The budget will also finance safety against crime programs, attend to issues of gender-based and domestic violence, promote police relations with communities, as well as the maintenance and support of community safety structures, such as community safety forums and community policing forums. Further, it will fund the monitoring and evaluation of the functionality of police station, the monitoring of sub-specialized unit, and the investigation of service delivery complaint received against SERPs. Considering all the above, serious question must be asked. Is the department achieving its goal, or is it just a futile exercise? How effective are the monitoring systems currently in place to gauge the success of such programs? Answers to these questions are a yardstick in measuring the successes and the failure of the department. We welcome the budget allocation of 3.046 million rand from social sector incentive EPWP grant for provinces. This is used to employ 105 volunteers who will undertake work such as research with their wards as well as reporting crimes. The recruitment of a further 1,225 ward-based volunteers is also commendable. In addition, the budget must be directed towards addressing all the challenges facing our police stations. Vacant posts in the department must be urgently filled. People need visible policing in their respective areas. Keeping citizens safe is paramount and non-negotiable.
Crime must be eradicated. Of late,
Time is up, Honorable Member. My apologies.
angithi phela ngisazobuya.
Iwetshula lapho ke tu. On virtual platform, afford an opportunity to Honorable S. Hussein from DA for 8 minutes. Over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin this debate today, I wish to use the opportunity to respond to a remark made by the MEC for Community Safety in this House a few days ago. Madam Chair, when I raised the issue of the politically motivated July riots in this House last week, the MEC scoffed at that and promised to send investigators to come and knock on my door because she was not aware of any political agenda behind those riots. Well, firstly, I'm still awaiting for the police investigators and nobody showed up. It's been almost a week that has passed. But that's not surprising to me because SAPS is generally very slow anyway, given that they have more vehicles in garages than they have on the roads. The MEC cannot pretend like she does not know about the political agendas that were at play behind the looting and violence that took place last year. Even the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, acknowledged this in his address to the nation. He gave the nation the assurance that instigators will soon be arrested because they have been identified, as he said. If our own MEC doesn't even know this or pretends not to know, it is clear confirmation that nothing is being done to hold those instigators accountable. So when I accuse this government of not taking action against instigators of the July riots, because those instigators are your political friends, it is absolutely true. This government is protecting criminals instead of protecting its citizens. Turning now to the budget debate, Madam Chair, we meet once again to assess the performance of our useless ANC government over the last financial year and the plans for the following year. Sadly, unlike many other parliaments in the world where governments listen, here in KZN, our government goes into defense mode when we point out their weaknesses. You will hear shortly when they reply to this debate, instead of acknowledging their failures and committing themselves sincerely to taking firm corrective measures, they will criticize the people who point out their failures. But we will not stop. The DA will continue to raise its voice in this House, and we will not stop pointing out the failures of our government whether the ANC likes it or not. This is why the people of our province are losing confidence in our provincial government's ability to make our streets safer, to protect our women and children, and to build safer neighborhoods. This is why more and more South African citizens are turning to private security companies to protect them from criminals. Madam Chair, in a business environment, one would judge the performance of a business by the profit it makes. At a government level, the outputs and achievements are judged on the impact they have on the lives of its people. Judging by the performance of the Department of Community Safety over the last few years, if this department were a business, it would by now be completely bankrupt and under liquidation. The Department of Community Safety's primary role is to make our province a safer place to live in by taking measures to reduce crime. Over the last 5 years, there has been a consistent increase in major crimes, and this indicates that the department is failing. Allow me to justify why this is the case. Over the last 5 years, more than 13,000 women have fallen victims to sexual offences and rape in our province. Welcome to KZN. We are the rape capital of SA. Over the last 5 years, almost 7,000 people were murdered in our province. Again, welcome to KZN. We are now the murder capital of SA. Over the last 5 years, there has been more than 35,000 cases of drug-related crimes. Welcome to KZN, where you can either get high or die. Housebreakings, hijackings, and robberies are also on an increase. But to our government, these are just numbers. There is no sense of urgency whatsoever to act. None of us can say with confidence that we are actually winning the war on crime. The stats don't lie. The government makes no progress and cannot protect its people. Madam Chair, over the last 5 years, women have fallen victim to gender-based violence. There are still thousands of women who don't even bother to report these crimes anymore because they have lost confidence in our police to treat them with the respect they deserve. Many are afraid to seek help from the police because they become subjected to further abuse from the very people whose job it is to protect them. The late Honorable Ntuli 2 years ago promised in his budget debate that all police stations have been directed to beef up family offense units. And although to his credit he tried, to this day, there is no beefing up of anything at our police stations. Instead, there has been a lot of beefing down. The Inanda police station is one such example. Even the telephone lines don't work. I've been raising this for years and the department does nothing. We spent millions of rands to revamp that station recently, but the telephone lines don't work. The DA delivered a memorandum there recently in a picket held by Honorable Francois Rogers. But still nothing has changed. Try it for yourself, honorable members. Google the Inanda police station contact number and try calling them. Now, if people can't even contact the police for help, how are they even expected to reduce crime in our province? There were 2 satellite stations that were recently set up for the Inanda district to reduce crime in that area, but both are dysfunctional. There's no electricity, there's no water, there isn't even a table and chair. You can understand now why that police station crime stats are some of the highest in the country. The real cause of the problems are not with our brave policemen and women. The large majority of them work really hard every day to protect the people in our province. The problem lies here with this useless government's inability to manage anything. Our police stations and police don't get the support they deserve. They are overworked and stretched to the limits. To this day, we still have a massive shortage in the number of police in our province. This is why visible policing is almost non-existent in the province. The police to population ratio decreases every year, while the number of crimes committed are on an increase. You can go on for days without seeing a police vehicle in your neighborhood. Go and look at our parks. Children don't play there anymore. Areas of public spaces have been taken over by criminals because more and more vehicles are in the garages for repairs. In a response to my question posed to the department, I received an answer which confirmed that a police vehicle was in a garage for more than 113 days, waiting for a battery to be changed. The problem, Madam Speaker, is weak political leadership. The Department of Community Safety is poorly resourced, and the little resources they have are poorly managed. Honourable Speaker, once again this year, we tabled this issue for urgent attention, but nothing good will come out of it, unless there is going to be real action and a genuine commitment to reduce crime. We will continue to hear meaningless speeches in the House year after year. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF had apologized. Apologies received. We'll skip them. We move to Honourable C.M. Shinga from NFP for 2 minutes. Yes, I'm sorry.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you and the honorable members. The National Freedom Party, Honorable MEC, is concerned by the structure itself. Your public works, in as far as infrastructure is concerned, your subs, your community safety and liaison. Sicabanga ukuthi lesi structure senzelwe kona ukuthi kube ne-blame shifting, because even if community members complain ngezinto omunye ukhomba omunye inkombankombane. We appeal to the department to address the issue of understaffing and increase the number of police stations in the province, especially in the high crime areas. Whilst the department is struggling with the low budget, satellite police stations can be put in place and visible policing.
We also call upon the Department of Community and Safety and Liaison to empower the community police forums and community safety forums and seek funds to increase the personnel in all units of SAPS in the province, and also to fast track the crime prevention programs to solidify police relations with communities through ensuring and providing support in the establishment of safety and crime fighting structures. Nakuba ke kunjalo MEC sizosupporta umsebenzi we department ukubhekelela ukuphepha kwabantu bethu bakwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Member. My apologies, Ugijimisa. We note that we have, my apologies, I'm just highlighting this so that Honorable Gwala masokuyi-10 yakhe azokuthi uzolandela after Honorable J.S. Ngumalo, who is from the ANC, who has been afforded an opportunity to speak for 8 minutes. As I call him, Honorable Member, to the podium, Honorable J.S. Ngumalo, on behalf of the ANC for 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable MEC Neliswa Peking Konyeni, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Legislature, the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan Dambama. Chairperson, maybe before I proceed, I want to say that it is very disturbing to hear what Honorable Hussein is saying. Because if Honorable Hussein has information of who were the instigators, Honorable Hussein, you are at liberty to go and open a case at a police station than grandstanding and accusing the Honorable MEC. Sicela nje ukuthi ungadlali ngomhlonishwa bakwethu. Uma ngabe kukhona onolwazi, we don't know your friends, and you also don't know the friends of the MEC. So we want to put that on record. Honorable Chairperson, greetings, honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity given to us to stand here today in this august house to contribute to the Festival of Ideas arising from the Community Safety and Liaison Budget Vote 9, as presented by Honorable MEC of Community Safety and Liaison, Honorable Neliswa Peking Nkonyeni. As part of the collective representing the African National Congress, perhaps we should remember that the President of the African National Congress, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, delivering the 2019 election manifesto, made the following commitments, among others, on behalf of the African National Congress, that I quote, "We will strengthen policing to rid our communities of all forms of crime, drugs, gangsterism, and violence against women. Ensure police are better trained to investigate and conclude cases, and increase the numbers and visibility of policemen and women in communities. Ensure that law enforcement officers are adequately trained to investigate cases to improve success rates. Strengthen resourcing, joint planning, and budgeting across
the criminal justice system, including strengthening the capacity in areas of investigations and prosecutions, strengthen community policing forums and community safety forums, and members of the communities must know their neighbors and be concerned about their lives. Close quote. Honorable Chairperson, arising from the above, we are pleased to have listened to the Community Safety and Liaison Budget Vote 9, and we can confidently say that the implementation of the ANC commitments manifesto captured in the 2019 is indeed in full motion. Let's all welcome the fact that the ANC-led department under the Honorable MEC Nkonyeni was able to deal with 2020-2021 budget cuts because of the COVID-19 response by utilizing the savings from the vacant posts and reduce the spending on operational cost. The building of the capacity of the department so that it can deliver on its mandate is indeed also part and parcel of the implementation of the ANC manifesto and the KwaZulu-Natal resolutions of the ANC. The reduction of the vacancy rates from 18% to 5% is also consistent with enabling the department to deliver on its mandate. The employment of 34 new staff with critical and strategic skills like risk management and corporate services and monitoring is also welcome. Honorable Chairperson, let's also congratulate the department for coming up with its initiatives that will contribute towards addressing the issue of unemployed graduates, especially law graduates. For instance, the suggested plan to recruit about 10 unemployed graduates specializing in research and development and monitoring and evaluation must be also supported by all of us. Sihlalo hloniphekile lo mnyango ubaluleke kakhulu uma sikhuluma ngokulwisana nobugebengu kanye nokuqinisekisa ukuthi imiphakathi yakithi iphephile ngaso sonke isikhathi. It is for this reason that we also encourage the department to continue with its plans of aligning the department with the district development model. Equally, Chairperson, we support the reviewed organizational structure that is about to be finalized in due course. This will enhance the capacity of the department to deliver on its mandate. As the ANC manifesto emphasized, community structures like community policing forums remain very important in fighting against crime. Hence, the department cannot achieve its mandate without the involvement of communities. We therefore encourage our communities to stand up and be counted, because without their participation, crime will continue to be a challenge in this province of KwaZulu-Natal. The issue of street committees also remain critical, as it has been mentioned by the Honorable MEC, but interestingly, we seem not to be doing well in this regard. Hence, we need to revive them since they remain critical in fighting against crime. Honorable Chair, before we conclude our input, maybe we should also pay serious attention towards the issue of police management, but also look at the issue of synergizing SAPs in the province and the Department of Police and Community Safety, understanding that police is a national competence, and this could be a debate that we must consider moving forward. Honorable Chairperson, our police management in the province must also prioritize search and rescue by more manpower in this regard. We also want to thank members of search and rescue units or rescue teams for rescuing our people during the recent disasters. Lastly, Chairperson, okokugcina siyabonga izinqumo ezishiwo ungqongqoshe zokusukumela indaba yophuzo oludakayo, utshwala, ngoba bunomthelela kwizigameko eziningi zokulinyazwa kanye nokubulawa kwabantu kulesi sifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal naseNingizimu Afrika. Siyacela futhi u-MEC ukuthi kufakwe ama-CCTV cameras kuwonke ama-police stations ukuze kuphephe. Ngaleyo ndlela as the ANC we support the budget. Siyabonga.
Honorable Sabonga. Ngeke nga-indicate ukuthi khona abafake ixoliso. Takuraj Bans, Honorable Phakathi, Honorable Mamele. It's afforded an opportunity for 5 minutes to Honorable MP Gwala from the IFP.
Very much. Honorable Chair, keeping citizens safe is a paramount and non-negotiable. Crime must be eradicated. Of late, KwaZulu-Natal has become vulnerable to what is perceived to be xenophobic attacks and looting. The IFP believes that it is the duty of government to lead from the front in preventing any action that might lead to incidents. Political will is therefore needed to address issues that might cause tension, violence, and even loss of life. We must learn from the July 2021 unrest that engulfed our country, where government was caught red-handed with their pens down, sleeping at work. Situations that might cause violence must not be left to the police alone. KwaZulu-Natal must learn on the existing structures, such as the Multi-Party Political Intervention Committee. Police intelligence must actively be detecting crime and violence. With regard to intra-political killings, the IFP calls on the provincial government to implement the recommendations of Merane Commission as a sign that the government is serious about combating political killings, and further call on political leaders to deal with this matter decisively. The IFP believes that if we have under-resourced and dilapidated police stations in KwaZulu-Natal, it will be impossible to win the war against crime and keeping citizens safe. During an oversight visit this year by members of the KZN Legislature as part of police stations functionality monitoring program, the shocking state of our police stations was revealed. Taylor's Holt Subs is a disgrace. It consists of temporary housing erected in 1994, which is now dilapidated. There are rats everywhere. Toilets do not function. There is no kitchen and no water. Further, we have learned of the Ngwavuma police station, where police officers are forced to work in their cars because the station is dilapidated. There are also no toilets, and police officers have to relieve themselves in the bushes. This oversight visit exposed the challenges faced by police officers on a daily basis. Some substations in KZN do not have any vehicles or officers to respond to crime. Other stations visited were found to be completely uninhabitable with massive infrastructure challenges. This is both degrading and tarnishing the image of SAPS. We urge you, Honorable MEC, to escalate issues facing police stations that are beyond your jurisdiction to the National Department of Police and Public Works. The other issues that need urgent attention is the issue of Inanda Police Station, which has been making news for the wrong reasons, as it is consistently records the highest levels of crime. The Honorable MEC and the KZN Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Tlatamkwanas, must deal with this issue urgently. Residents of Inanda must be freed from chain of crime. Women and children must be protected. For further, police who are charged with the Herculean task of ensuring security within our borders, the provision of working equipment is very essential. The police need robust vehicles, modern and sophisticated communications facilities, modern weapons, and adequate fuel to move about and do their work. Limited financial and human resources are destroying the SAPS public image. There must be increased police visibility through 24-hour mobile police station. Further, cases of gender-based violence must be prioritized and the perpetrators of crime must be punished. The IFP urges government, in particular police management, to reevaluate salaries being paid to police officers and to ensure they are being paid enough to cover their living expenses and to provide for their families. We are concerned about farmer tax. We call on the MEC to investigate more, to invest more resources into deterring this type of crime. Roading safety must be prioritized as farmers and farm workers live in constant fear because the government does not deem rural safety a priority. There is this issue of cases.
Siyaxolisa Mhlonishwa. Isikhathi obuwabele sona sesiphelile.
Unyaka usekude kuphela sazobe sikhuluma.
Bye. Our next orator is from the ANC, Honorable Ndombela, for 10 minutes.
Hlalo Sibingelele, Honorable MEC, amalungu ahloniphekile esishayamithetho, umphathi wamaphoyisa esifundazwe uNdonga, acting HOD and your senior management. Sibingelele nakubona bonke abasibukayo kwikhahlamezi nakomabonakude. Asibonge hlalo ukuthola leli thuba lokuba ingxenye yenkulumo mpikiswano yesabelo sezimali zomnyango wezokuvikela nokuphepha kwisifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Okuyingqinamba enkulu ukuthi sidingida le nkulumo mpikiswano yesabelo mali. Isimo sokuphepha kubantu besifundazwe sakithi asikho neze ezingeni elingabe likuso noma lelo engabe sililindele. Sidingida lesabelo semali sisemanzini ngokulahlekelwa imphefumulo ecishe ifike emakhulwini amahlanu kuya phezulu umubala nalabo bangakatholakala zokube imanje ngenxa yemvula enamandla efike yadala omkhulu umonakalo esifundazweni. Ezinyangeni eziyisithupha ezidlulile zaphela kwaqhakezwa kwangena amahhovisi oRhebe the Hawks, kwatapwa noma kwantshontshwa izidakamizwa cocaine elinganiselwa kumakhulu amabili ezigidi 200 million 541 kilograms weight stolen. Kuze kube namhlanje izigelekeqe azikaze zabanjwa. As we engage in this debate today or yesterday, more than 5 people were shot and killed yesterday kwaDabeka along 19th Avenue at Claremont. Bekwi-Quantum behamba bephuma lede bephuma khona beduthula abantu ababadubulile. Cooperative is rife not only in the province but across the country and is impacting on unscheduled load shedding. The rumors out there confirm that illegal foreigners are behind it and large as it makes more money than drugs and stolen cars. It is a new thing with more money and easy money to make for those who are in this business, young Georgia. And in most instances, there are allegations that there is police complicity in these activities as they happen. Bayaliqimisho abanye babo abaphathi bomthetho makwenzeka lokho ngoba kunentshontsho abatholayo entweni ezifana nalezi. Consistently, I think we'll be raising this matter that drug dens are known in the townships operating with impunity because allegedly some rotten cops are in their pockets. Most of the recent past mass shootings in the province have been around these territorial tough wars of who should be in charge of the most lucrative territories for the trade. This is an issue, Honorable MEC and Commissioner, we have consistently raised that can we do more to eradicate these rotten apples? Ngoba uma singawakhiphi igama labo bonke abengalo mthetho ligcina lipendwa ngobende inyama bengayidlanga. It can't be an issue we're constantly raising in each and every debate with no consequences. At this House, we deserve to know what is being done to deal with these recalcitrant rascals masquerading as law enforcement officers while besmirching the badge of the South African Police Service. Kunamagama ozowafica uqale ukweza kwelikaMthaniya ngaphambi kokwezwa kwezinye izifundazwe eNingizimu Afrika. Inkabi cishe abantu abaningi baqala ukwazi ngayo kulesifundazwe sakithi. They are part of the unregulated private security which sometimes behave as paramilitary, controlling taxi routes, turf wars, whilst instigating them in some places to ensure their continued employment opportunity in the guise of providing security. Into ekuthiwa yibhakede embonini yezokuthutha. Abantu baqala ukuzwa kulesifundazwe sakithi. What you would know in Western Cape as protection fees in most nightclubs has taken over territorial turf wars of control in townships and small towns, of protection fees for spaza shops, mostly owned by foreigners, majority of which are unregistered to trade, meaning they are not paying tax, whereas most of them don't bank this hard cash, hence the need to thoroughly interrogate the money laundering which ends up funding some terrorist organizations, as some of the newspapers have been outlining those issues across the continent of late. These are new criminality trends, not so sophisticated, but which operate with impunity in most of our communities. Is it because the state is incapable of dealing with such, or we just turn a blind eye and pretend as if it does not happen? Why is it allowed to happen with impunity? Is it not our failure in our governance which is allowing space for organizations such as Operation Tutula? Only our coordinated, proactive, and prompt response on issues and challenges facing our communities can help to change the tide and trust deficit within our communities. We will continuously raise our concern in regard to the slow pace of arresting and prosecuting timelessly individuals involved in assassinations of those in political leadership in the province across all levels, whether they're in different levels of leadership as public representative or otherwise. Abasondelene nathi kulezi insuku whether abazali noma isihlobo sebeyasaba balala abenyoni uma siphuma sokwenza umsebenzi wesizwe ngoba abazi sizobe yasiphila yini noma bazothola ucingo selibazisa ngesigemegeme esesisehlele. This can't be accepted as normal in our province at the time of peace, and there is no internecine war, no political violence engulfing our province. We need a clear plan of eradicating in our province the highest number of illegal firearms, which are all over and are being used and abused with impunity. I think other members have dealt with the issue of the annual crime statistics and what it reflects in regard to our province. And it's an issue which is continuously projecting not necessarily a good picture about us as a province, but it's something I think we must raise that we can do more in dealing with these issues, be it conduct crime matter, serious crime, attempted murder, and other issues. The report of the expert panel on July civil unrest also reflected on the state and the capacity of our policing in the province. So was the Murane Commission, as Honorable Kwala has mentioned also. We now have something to work on in turning the corner in the province. In most areas, these crimes affect mainly our townships. Zoitwala Enanda, Umlazi, Places Leya, Umashu, Umaranhilu, Pinetown, Utuguza, Umtunzini, Ibiso, Matate, Nogwamakuta. What these figures tell us is that in the main, that majority of police stations in our township are still under-resourced, incapacitated, be it human resource or infrastructure. Most of the police stations are not in a condition suitable and convenient for effective policing. This was confirmed by the Legislature oversight visit earlier this year when it visited a number of police stations. It's either there are not enough police officers, no vehicles, no adequate tools of trade to ensure effective policing. There is a serious problem of government garage where these vehicles are maintained, service or fixed. It takes more than the normal time to fix what would be fixed in a car dealership or a workshop. It becomes worse with some police stations which cannot be defined as proper police stations, allowing even the most dedicated members to do their work with diligence and commitment expected of them. There is a situation we are facing when we interact with community. There is a situation eyenza abantu balahle ithemba. Siyasekela lesabelo zimali, siyaqonda ukuthi okunye kwako kungaphezulu komnyango wesifundazwe kunomnyango kazwelonke. Kepha siyathemba ukuthi ngokubambisana ukhona umehluko esinokwenza, but also nokufunda kwamanye amaphutha negigaba edlule kuzona. Surely we can indeed improve in ensuring the safety of our communities. As the ANC, siyasamukela, siyasupport lesabelo seyimali. Siyabonga sihlalo.
Sibonga kakhulu Sihlalo. Thank you so much, Honorable Mahlobo. We are now in the time where we get response by the MSC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison. On Community Safety and Liaison budget debate, Honorable Nkonyeni, you utilized only 4 minutes that you requested. You had been allocated 20 minutes. That means you have 16 minutes. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Indeed, let me start off by appreciating all honorable members who participated, in engaging us with regards to the budget policy statement that we have presented. We really appreciate your support of our budget, honorable members, and also appreciate the fact that what we have been raising with regards to the budget allocated to us, which really does not satisfy all what we envisage to achieve as the department. Your comments are highly appreciated, honorable members. We note all what has been raised through the committee report as it has been presented, as it was presented by Honorable Tetwa, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Indeed, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, it is true that your observation with regards to poor conditions of our infrastructure, especially the police stations, is a concern that we have been raising ourselves through various platforms like the MINMEC, through engagements with the National Minister of Police, and through the engagement with SAPS management, both at a national level and at a provincial level. Of course, the scarcity of resources sometimes impedes the performance that is expected through the programs that the South African Police Service and the department in particular has actually adopted and expected to adhere to. We do note your concerns with regards to the police vehicles that are kept in garages for a longer period while they are expected to assist the police officers in their quest of fighting crime in various areas. Indeed, this matter has been raised. The concern that we ourselves have been raising is that some of these functions really need to be devolved. Why does it have to take the national management
to allow or to approve that that particular vehicle should actually be fixed in that particular particular garage. You know, if that function could be devolved to the provincial commissioner, then we strongly believe that it will become easier. This matter arose in our previous MINMEC meeting, and the National Minister of Police, Honorable Begitele, did make a commitment that he will be looking at this matter with the agency it deserves. Again, with regards to what the report indicated at UniZulu and in other tertiary institutions, as I mentioned, honorable members, in my speech, we are developing a strategy on how to intervene with regards to the matters and abuses that are happening in tertiary institutions and in other institutions of learning, like your high schools, because this scourge is not only happening at tertiary education levels, but even at high schools sometimes, and even at primary schools, these killings are happening. We wish to indicate to honorable members that we will be convening a crime prevention summit somewhere in June this year, and most of what the honorable members have raised as concerns is going to be discussed there, and resolutions will have to be adopted that will need implementation by both the Department of Community Safety and Liaison and by the South African Police Service Management. Let me also appreciate all what Honorable Sibila had raised through her presentation here. Of course, it is of utmost importance that we look at the issues of females or gender representation in the South African Police Service in particular. However, we have seen some transformation when these district commissioners were appointed. We saw women being appointed, and we see some transformation with regards to appointment of women even at police stations. The other day, I was reading about a very young police manager who has been assigned in one of the police stations in the Lower South Coast district, whereby she became the youngest police station commander, and she has now acquired a law degree. In other words, as much as she has been identified as a young female who does have a potential to lead, but she's also empowering herself in order for her to become even more confident in what she is actually doing. We appreciate that. And it's a serious matter. And thanks for dedicating your speech to Sergeant Mjahe. Indeed, it's highly, highly appreciated. Regarding the issue of gender-based violence and femicide, yes, I fully agree with you. The numbers are still very high. We also become disturbed by learning that most women would go to police stations after having reported the violent cases and withdraw, we really need to empower our women so that they may understand what their rights are. It seems as if they don't understand their rights. But having said that, when sometimes the Department of Social Development would take these women to places of safety for a certain period of time, like for instance, I think for a period of 6 months, 6 to 8 months. And the question that we always ask is, what then happens after 6 months? When I was still deployed in the Department of Human Settlements, we had an engagement with Honorable Khoza, whereby we were saying, while they are still there, accommodated in those white doors or places of safety, we need to prioritize them with regards to establishing their houses, so that mawuphuma lapha uya endaweni yakho awubuyeli ekhaya lapho kade uhlukunyezwa khona. We were having that discussion, and I strongly believe that through the social protection and human development cluster, they are still proceeding with pursuing that approach. Sasibona ukuthi izolekelela ngoba sasibona ukuthi umuntu wesifazane angakwazi ukusho ukuthi okay, from here I don't want to go back to Endwedwe, sengifuna ukuyokwakha mhlambe eMshwati noma eMzinyathi, then bese yaprioritizwa ukuthi akhelwe lapho esho khona kunokuthi abuyele back emuva ayohlukumezeka. So this integrated approach when intervening on our people's plight, especially on our women's plight, it really needs to be adhered to, and when it comes to implementation of the national strategic plan to fight against gender-based violence, we need to focus on how then do we protect these women. Regarding the victim-friendly facilities, yes, most of them are victim-friendly, but some of them are not at all victim-friendly. We need more resources in order for us to intervene there. Yes, the Department of Community Safety and Liaison is trying its best to also provide where necessary, because if you go to Port Shepstone police station, that's where you would really feel that this one, this facility is really victim friendly. But when you go to another police station, even the facility itself does not really allow the police management to provide such a service. So those are some of the issues that we need to deal with. We will be making a follow-up on Umzinyathi district. As you have mentioned, Honorable Sibidla, that assault cases are withdrawn. Our team from the Department of Community Safety and Liaison will be focusing more on Umzinyathi so that we may find out what the reasons could be and also empower those community members, especially women, and the role of the culture and traditions in most rural areas really needs to be looked into, ngoba abanye abantu kuyaye kuthiwe nje ukhokha imbuzi wenza icala elikhulu kangaka kodwa ukhokha imbuzi kuthiwa uhlawula umuzi. Ezinye zezinto esixoxayo uma sinama engagements namakhosi kanye nezinduna ukuthi kunama matters, kunama criminal activities anganidingi nina, adinga nje ukuthi masuyizwile wenza isiqiniseko sokuthi iyafinyelela police station kunokuthi kudilwe nawo komkhulu akuvumelekanga ukuthi kwenzeke into ezikanjalo. Soqhubeka ke nokuthi sikwenze lokho. Siyaqhubeka futhi nama programs ethu, ama communities in dialogue. Yes, we need to pay more attention on social cohesion, and I fully agree with you that our dark past is also one matter that we need to look into. Sibone ukuthi ingakho ngithi siyadingana namanye ama departments ngoba lento ekuthiwa ama psychosocial services ayadingeka nje. Noma umuntu umbone ngathi uyaphila akanalutho, kodwa iqiniso lokwakulimala komphefumulo nengqondo ngalesa sikhathi sobandlululo kusekhona kakhulu kule generation esiphila kuyo njengamanje. Abanye ke baye basho nokuthi azibanga kakhona inhlelo zokuxolelana thina njengama political parties ukuthi sihlale phansi nje sithi yebo bafethu kwenzeka lokhu, kwenzeka nalokho, ngabe mhlambe singakudlulisa kanjani ngezindlela zakhona. Izinto ke lezi engicabanga ukuthi sobe sixoxa nakule crime prevention summit esizoyibiza during the month of June, sibone singenza kanjani. I-campaign 365 days, a campaign ye-drug abuse, impela sizoyingenelela kakhulu, ibalulekile ngoba iqiniso abantu abafika nalama drugs bayaziwa emphakathini. Ngesikhathi umphakathi ungazi ukuthi fanele ubike kanjani ukuthi kahle kahle sithenga lapha sisupplywa lapha, kodwa uma siseduze thina nomphakathi senza lama campaigns sibaxhumanisa namaphoyisa ukuthi cha phela amaphoyisa asebenza ngeinformation, silekeleleni ngokuthi ninikeze amaphoyisa information ukuze laba bantu baboshwe ngoba siyasibuke njengento elethelwe nje ukuzodestroya abantwana bethu deliberately, and it's a program, you know, that has to do with a destruction of our young people in particular. Into visible policing, ngicabanga ukuthi honorable members did observe a program that was implemented by the National Minister, Honorable Begicele, here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, visible policing. Actually, it was launched in the province of KwaZulu-Natal into visible policing. Honorable Kwala, siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi IFP has supported a budget. Ngiyafisa nje ukusho bahlonishwa ukuthi we are expecting in terms of beefing up the capacity of the police service. We do have 1,600 recruits that we are expecting to be that have been recruited, who are expected to arrive for deployments in the province of KwaZulu-Natal around September, and some of them will be passing out in December. So it's not enough, of course, but it will make a difference ngoba bese baningi kakhulu capacity nje was really has been a challenge for quite some time in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there were about 7,000 young people who were supposed to have been recruited by the South African Police Service, but that recruitment could not happen. It's only happening now during this current financial year, izowenza umehluko, because there are many people, police members who passed on, some retired, but those vacancies were not filled. But now, hopefully, they are going to be filled. In the Enanda police station, we are paying more attention. Enanda police station, Nase places layer and other police stations that are mentioned through when the crime statistics are released. Honorable Hussein, yes, we note your concerns about the police stations that do not have telephone lines. So we will be, because the police commissioner is here, of course, he will be dealing with such and all other issues that you are raising, Honorable Hussein. And please, that advice that you got from Honorable Malo is a very progressive advice.
Phelile isikhathi sakho MEC. Siphele ngisho nalo 4 minutes bese ngikutshontshela kona. I did that deliberately because I knew ukuthi the honorable members were raising very important questions which they are being empowered. The information may not be privatized. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We have come to the end of the debate for vote 9. And honorable members should note and remember that according to Schedule 18, for today, which is Tuesday at 4, there is a sitting for Division of Revenue, which members are requested to attend. It is said it is starting at 4. I'm not so sure whether it's already started, but according to the schedule, which was scheduled for 4, all members from here, we need to go there. And in closing, I wish to thank all of you for your cooperation, and wish to draw to your attention also that the votes that will be deliberated on tomorrow, which is Wednesday at 2, here will be vote 8. Uzoba ku venue A, okuyi-chamber, bese kuthi la esikhona sibe no vote 4, okuyi-economic development, tourism and environmental affairs. Zoba la eNgcoce. Once more, honorable members, I wish to take this opportunity to wish you and our guest safe journey home to Kabenani, and thank you for being honorable members that you were. Thank you so much. You were indeed honorable. Akazahluphe. Sike saba nokunene thina umuntu obetshengisa ngempela obephumile esandleni.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, there is still some tea downstairs, after which you are requested to be in the chamber. Thank you so much.